What is up? What is up? Grand rising, happy solar eclipse. Yes, we're doing some things today. There could be a special guest, another special from the family. Hold on while I get myself together. As you come in, make sure to hit that like button, please and thank you. Let's turn down the go-go music. And do this. Today's introduction is one of many things. We're talking about the solar eclipse, talking about how we're in Mercury retrograde, and how this will affect some and may not affect others at all. All right, so don't forget, as you come in, make sure to like this so we can stay in the algorithm. Yes. And also so that this video can keep going on and on and on. So we want to share this out to our friends and family. We're going to be talking about the Mercury retrograde today. We're also going to be talking about the solar eclipse that is happening. Let me get my glasses. We're also in a peculiar time, if you will. Also, as you know, I'm still not doing personal readings at the moment. So stay tuned. Make sure to hit the community section of this channel so you will be informed of when I do come back on. I did a mini reading a couple of days ago. You know, Big Cat brought the best out of me because I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. But and y'all got to see my son. So that was fun. It was an impromptu. I'm also going to be bringing somebody else on that's a family of mine. I'm not going to allude too much to it. I don't want to give it away. And we will be discussing these astronomical and celestial events. All right. So I do have my little notebook. We're going to sit back and talk. Make sure that you're comfortable. Grab you some water. You know, because it's going to be a while. We're going to be here for a little bit. Also, I'm reading out of the Moon Magic disclaimer, getting some information that I got off the internet from a couple of articles. Also, I'm just going to read a little bit about what the sign Aries is, so that we have an understanding about that, because we are in the sign of Aries. So shout out to all the Aries that are out there watching or will catch this on the replay gang. You know, you guys have a big heart as well. You are a fire sign. You are what they call the babies of the astrology there. And so, you know, therefore you get this bad rap, if you will, of having this temper tantrum, being hot-headed, but you are a fire sign, so that makes sense. So I'm going to be reading a little bit out of that. Also got the numbers in U book, because we want to talk about numbers today. Ronan's in the building. Salute, salute. So we want to talk about numbers and symbols, because today happens to be a 8 day. We are in the universal year number 8. All right, so we've been talking about how karma has been playing out. Oh, I can see the retrograde. Listen, I'm gonna be outside. I hope I don't even stay on too long. You know, because I want to be outside catching this eclipse. They tell people, you know, especially in the what they call conscious community, quote unquote conscious community, is not to go outside. It's an omen, right? Old what is it, Navajos and ancient civilization, you know, they deemed eclipses as omens. And so I mean, I'm not gonna poo-poo on our ancestors, right? Because they saw it as such. They saw it to be something, you know, otherworldly, if you will. So, but nonetheless, I feel that it's a gift. Like, these are rare things that we get to see. And you know, if you have the proper vision to look at it, you know, why not? Why not? I'm going to get into the pseudonism of it all as well, because, you know, they also have this as a, um, we're going to get into a whole bunch of stuff. I'm going to drop the link. I'm just so excited and overwhelmed at the same time because the energy is so like magnetic. And, you know, I'm super excited and psyched that, you know, I got to speak to one of my people and hopefully they can come up. I said no, you know, no rush, no rush. So when you can get up here, you can get up here. So yeah, so we're gonna talk a lot of, you know, we're gonna try to bridge this together. New York City, or the tri-state area, was hit with a 4.8, some say 4.7 earthquake on Friday. Um, you know, I was knocked out. Your girl was knocked out. Um, and I thought it was the neighbors upstairs stomping around. And so I'm like, I wake up out of this like disheveledness. I think my son came in and he's trying to figure out, Ma, what? Like, what's going on? And I'm like banging on the wall, stop it. Like, I was beside myself because I was like in that good slumber. Wally's in the building. Salute, salute. Aunt Dog's in the building. My Aunt Dog is here. Peace. And I really thought it was the neighbors, y'all. I thought it was the neighbors stomping upstairs because they have a young child, and that kid, they don't take the kid out. So this kid is running from sun up to sundown, up and down the hallways. I think the only time that they take the child out is like when they're going grocery shopping. I kid you not. It's really sad. Like, I'm really like, how do you keep this child contained? Meanwhile, there's a park here. There's a park across away from us. Like, it's not like there's no parks around that they can't take their child out. Like, they literally have their child indoors from sun up to sundown. And when I tell you that this kid, I've banged a couple of times with the broom to stop. I've even gone upstairs a couple of times. You need to chill. But I swore it was, but it was an earthquake. So, you know, my family's calling me. I'm like, why? What's going on? Like, I'm half asleep, y'all. Like, I was in that good sleep. Show's in the building. Salute, salute. Peace, peace, peace. I really thought it was, you know, and I was just like, yeah, listen. I was like, yes, all is good. Thank goodness. We're good. So apparently it was an earthquake that hit a small little town in Jersey called Lebanon, right? So there's a lot of biblical, if you subscribe to this, right? We're going to go all across the board today because this is tying into who Foxy is. This is the pseudo science, spiritual, biblical, numerological. I mean, this is all in one right now. And I am in my elements. If I can't talk about nothing else, I'm going to talk about this. And you know I love to talk about other things. So anyway, let's jump right in. All right, let's jump right in because we got the natives in here now. So salute Again, don't forget to hit the like button. Share this out, please, to those that are interested in this type of conversation. And don't forget to hit the notification bell. I only go on like every few weeks, so you're not going to get bombarded by my little old messages. All right. So first and foremost, we are in a Mercury retrograde. What does that mean? Right? What does that mean? We're going to get a book, the Moon Magic book. And I'm going to talk just very quickly about what the retrograde is. People by now know what a retrograde is, but some may not. So I will just go into that very quickly. Where it's in Mercury right now. So there are different retrogrades. There are different planet retrogrades. And some take longer for the effect, like a Pluto or a Saturn retrograde. And some take shorter time frames for the retrograde to end, which would be like a Mercury. Mercury happens actually we haven't had any retrogrades in any planets for like I don't want to say 6 months. I think it was like 6 weeks, which is good because that's why everything was kind of like smooth sailing. Things were going according to plan. Mercury has to do with communication. It's the sign Gemini is its ruler. Rather, Gemini is ruled by Mercury. So that has to do with communication, guys. That has to do with signing contracts, technology. So during this time, you really don't want to sign any contracts that don't need to be signed at the moment. If you can hold off, these effects usually take 3 weeks before and 3 weeks after. So even though this retrograde will end roughly around the 25th, which is the end of this month, you still want to give it another week or so before you do something as far as signing. If you have to sign contracts, make sure you read the dotted lines, the fine print, and all that good stuff. Also, if you must book a flight because of emergency, make sure you read the fine print. Make sure you listen out for any cancellations. Make sure you do everything that you possibly can, humanly possible, because traveling gets affected with retrograde. Text messages. If you're sending out a text message, you want to make sure you reread that text message. If you want to like start yelling at people and you want to get some steam off, now may not be the time because it could get misconstrued. So you want to be careful when sending out text messages. Emails, the same thing. If you need to speak and you're at work and you have to communicate with people, speak very thought-provoking, right? Don't speak with emotion at the moment. Even if coworkers are getting on your last nerve, politely tell them, same thing with your boss. You get the drift, right? It has to do with communication. If you are into crystals, you would want to get yourself a sodalite or a selenite, because this has to do with communication. It gets the point across without you having to. Mercury is dominated with air, right? So that's why I said Gemini. Gemini is its Gemini. Mercury is ruled by Gemini, so it's an air planet. It's an air a sign. So you want to speak clearly. All right. It's kind of hard though when we're in a fire sign like Aries, because therefore, yes, you want to spew off some things and you want to get hot. You're hot and heavy under the collar, and you want to say some things that you may regret in a couple of weeks from now, or you may not. However it goes. Thank you. So just be mindful with that. All right. So let's go ahead and see really quickly about Mercury retrograde. This happens in retrograde, as I'm going to read in the moon book. It just means that the energy is kind of stagnant at the moment. It doesn't mean that the planet is actually going reverse. No, it's not possible. Or it might be. I don't know. I never got to travel to see how Mercury and them get down. So I never even left Earth. Well, physically, that is. So it just means that the energy is at a standstill. while we're moving forward. And that's why there's that bump in the road. That's why things are taking longer than expected. Communication, if you're waiting for an appointment, you're waiting to hear back from the doctor, you're waiting for results, or you're waiting from this love of your life to get back to you. Well, you might be waiting another couple of weeks because they may not know how to communicate because we're in a retrograde, right? So this happens 3 times a year for approximately 3 weeks at a time. All right, when Mercury is retrograde, communication systems go awry, machines break down, cell phones can get lost, or something can happen with the cell phone. The computers could be acting up. Hopefully StreamYard, I'm not like sounding like a robot, because that can happen. Okay, when Mercury goes retrograde, as some say, you should try to avoid this time frame from booking your surgery dates, procedurals, doctor's visits, and even routine blood work. I'm going to pause right there, because while we're in a new moon, you don't want to do those type of procedures as well, because our bodies correlate with the moon and the sun. Yes, we are star dust. We are made of all of that around us, right? So it's no wonder why certain people are affected with the full moons, are affected with solar flares, right? Because your body, some of us are more susceptible. All right. Airport delays that are unexpected during perfect weather. Imagine that. Blood specimens that were sent to the wrong lab, test results that were never sent to the doctor. You get the drift, right? When it comes to emotional healing, Mercury retrograde can be good. Anytime we hear something about a re in front of it, that has to do with redoing, right? So again, if you are doing something that is requiring you're moving fast, this is the time where you need to slow it down a little bit, take the scenic route instead of the fast pace, right? Take a moment to redo and rethink of a lot of things, right? If you want to send that text message and you're pissed off at somebody and you're like, you know what, F you can go to hell, you do, right? Blank, 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 blank. Let me just slow that down a minute, because I am in the heat of the moment. We are in Aries, so you really might want to send that message out, but slow down. It could be you. It may not be them. They're just triggering you because it's really you that's got the problem. You get it? All right. So that was Mercury retrograde in a nutshell. It says here, now is not the time to reunite with someone for a relationship of any kind. I'm a sucker for love. So rather, it's time for achieving closure to something that may have been disturbing you on and off for a while. Well, we're in the 7-year itch, so I'm going to go right into the solar eclipse. We had a solar eclipse in 2017 that was visible in the United States and was off to the West Coast. And since we've now hit that 7-year pinnacle, 7 in numerology has to do with spirit. All right. So there's a spiritual phenomenon, if you will, that's happening, that will happen in T-minus 5 hours or so and counting. Okay. And the solar eclipse that's going to happen in 2024 today, well, by golly, it's going to hit the East Coast. And it's going to make a X almost in the middle of the states. Also hitting a town that will really mark the X, called Carbondale, Illinois. All right, so let me go into my notes really quickly. Also, eclipses last for about 6 months. We also had a partial lunar eclipse last week, so there's a lot of intensity. We had a ship, a cargo ship, hit a bridge out in Baltimore. I forgot what it's, Francis something is the name of the bridge. why did I have some kind of weird premonition dream that about 2 days before it happened? Not specifically about the ship, but an airplane. But it hit brick. It hit a brick building in the dream, and in reality, this hit a brick stone piece of the bridge down in Baltimore. So that happened. The earthquake happened on Friday, and now we're in a solar eclipse. Is this all coincidental? Is this the government doing the alphabet boys at play again? I really don't think so. I really think maybe the ship might have been something to do with something, but I really think there is something supernatural going on. And they do say, when earthquakes, according to scripture, where's the good book now? Where's the good book? According to scripture, when there's earthquakes and things of that nature, then there's an eclipse. Oh God, by golly, the end of the world is going to happen. Embrace the Grace is in the building. Salute. Key Swing is in the building. Salute, salute. My beautiful Grace is here. It's been a long time, yes, since I left you without a dope beat to step two. All right. What else? Eclipse. Let me read it. What's an eclipse in here? Hold on now. Hold on. Eclipses 157. Trying to move fast. See, I'm trying to move fast. I might miss something. You can ask questions in the chat. I may or may not have an answer for you. If you're unsure about something, I'll try to go back to the notes. All right. So eclipses are astronomical events that occur when one celestial body moves into the shadow of another and is partially or totally shaded. Well, we're going to be in a total eclipse, which means that the moon is moving in pathway of the sun. It is a new moon, so new moons do not show up like a full moon does. New moon looks like there's no moon in the sky, but there is. And it goes in front of the sun, and that's where you get a total eclipse. Now, if the moon did a certain degree near or about the sun, you would get a partial eclipse. All right. And disclaimer, I am no scientist, so don't come at me in the chats either. Libations, okay? Because that's what we're doing. I'm going to be out there today. I'm telling you guys, I'm going to try to catch it all. I don't have no glasses or anything, so that's where I'm going to get my X-Men. I'm going to look at the rays and power up. Okay. So early humans created numerous stories to explain the temporary darkening of the sun or the moon, right? Because like I said, we had a lunar eclipse. That's when the sun eclipses at night, right? It covers the moon and we had a partial, and it was a full moon. The only time you're going to see a lunar eclipse is when the moon is full. Yes? All right. So humans created numerous stories to explain the temporary darkening of the sun or the moon, rooted in ancient Greek, a word for failure or abandonment. We get a sense of the fear of or uncertainty early humans often associated with eclipses, right? Because can you picture it? All of a sudden, you're looking at the sky, or you're towing the fields or whatever, and then darkness just kind of happens for a few minutes, and it's like, well, what the hell? Oh my God! All right. So, for some more sensitive and advanced souls, as I just said, some of us are a little more sensitive and empathic and susceptible to these type of celestial activities, i.e. solar flares, which we've been having, which happened also on that earthquake on Friday. We've been having a lot of solar flares, actually. Just some people that don't talk about it as much, but they've been emitting high class flares. All right. So this is why some parts of the country could be a little warmer when it's supposed to be colder, things of that nature. Yeah. Is it CERN? Yeah. Is it the alphabet boys playing? Yeah. But some of it is also organic. This stuff is scientific. All right. So I pray. What time is it going down? Well, peak in totality will be around like 3:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You'll be able to see it, but it'll start to eclipse around like 2 something in the afternoon. Um, most northern states, like for sure New York, especially upstate New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Maine, because Maine, that's where it's going to kind of like end off at. Actually, it'll start down in Mexico. I will get into that in a second in my notes. It will start off in Mexico and then work its way all the way eastward and up. So it'll hit straight out to Canada. And then that's where it'll veer off. Hold on, let me get my music. Okay, so anyway, let's go back. So some sensitive, some people are more sensitive, as I said, right? Eclipses always open doors to multi-dimensional. All right, so here's where it gets pseudo, guys. Stick with me for this. All right, it gets a little pseudo for some people. Some people don't believe in extraterrestrials. Some people don't believe in spirits and things of that nature, right? Those that don't, just hold on. I'm gonna get to the science part in a second. For my pseudo spiritual esoteric, this one's for us. All right. So with these eclipses, it opens up to multi-dimensional and intergalactic communications and messages. So therefore, that's when certain government agencies will use this type of time so that they can go ahead and start doing their little witchcraft, if you will, right? And start doing the whole let's try to contact. But who is that? So that's for man playing God. Now for those that are not playing God, yes, this is kind of like a veil, if you will, where your ancestors could be coming through. It's kind of like that back in October when they say the veil is thin. Yes, this is a portal. This is a portal that can usher in certain entities, so that they can get to speak to who they need to speak to. All right. So again, those who are susceptible, you maybe, that's why I'm gonna be outside. I'm gonna be like, what's up? We talking, what's going on? Because some of us can talk to those intergalactic and esoteric and multi-dimensional beings. All right. X-Men is not just the comic book, guys. It's really not. There are really people out here that have extrasensory gifts, if you will. This eclipse may heighten that. Okay. So planetary transitions and stellar alignments have always been thought to be highly charged with tremendous prophetic power and predictive value. But both lunar and solar eclipses were viewed as a way of otherworldly deities to convey crucial messages to humanity. All right, that's the spiritual side, the pseudo side, right? Typically, eclipse energy was active and honored for a 5-day period, 2 days before and 3 days after the eclipse. This time was considered favorable for gaining insight relating to advancing humanity's spiritual development and was meant to emphasize the importance of tuning in rather than engaging in mundane activities. So we should actually be chilling, taking this time to kind of reflect. If you're at work, saying I need to, go, listen, I'll be right back. If you want to go step outside for a little bit, or if you need to you can't go outside, make an excuse to go to the bathroom. This is the time when, like Embrace said, praying, if you're into praying, or just simply meditating, just simply taking a moment to release any old energy, right? Because our bodies are like our bodies are computers. We have malware, we have software, right? And so some things are just junk sitting in us, in our DNA. So to go out into that, sunlight, right? To go into the eclipse and have just getting rid of that junk DNA and removing that so your body can move. Because, we are in a spiritual warfare. And not only that, but the dimensions are compressing. So time is speeding up, time slows down. Some of us can go into dimensions if we do our meditations, right? The 3D is slowly starting to shift and going into the fourth and fifth dimensions. So, that's if you're into all that stuff. But if not, it's nice to just take a few minutes to just reflect and go back to what you was doing. All right. Now there's other eclipses that can bring about, excuse me, like the lunar red moon, which happened in 2019. So think, guys, from 2017 to now, there's been a lot of celestial things that have been playing out. And in 2019, I was privileged enough to catch that blood moon. All right. So the blood moon is when there's like the sun, again, with the sun and the moon, it gives like this tinge of the redness, which looks like it's red, but it's really not. It's just the sun's reflection with the moon and all that good stuff. So a total lunar eclipse occurs when the moon moves completely behind the Earth's shadow. Right. So total lunar eclipses take place nearly once a year. When there is a higher quantity of dust particles, the moon will appear darker red. So it's just dust particles that make it look, it's doing its magic. I love it. And I was there for it. And I caught it on tape. I mean, well, not tape, but on film. Awesome stuff. So I'm not going to read too much more because there's a lot. But eclipses, these occur when the sun, earth, and the moon arrange themselves in a straight or near straight line. When the new moon shadow crosses the Earth's surface, we experience a solar eclipse. Again, when the new moon, which is what we are in right now, it's in the sign of Aries. When the new moon shadow across the Earth's surface, we experience a solar eclipse. And when their full moon moves into the shadow of the Earth, that's called a lunar eclipse. All right. Now, hold on a second. Let's see. All right, let's get to our notes really quickly. All right, so the last solar eclipse was visible to the States back in 2017, which is what I mentioned. And it was of the West Coast. So it hit Oregon, and then it came straight down into South Carolina. So it hit the East Coast. Like I said, it's going to be doing an X. So it hit the West Coast, Oregon, and then it went all the way down to South Carolina. So if you were in that area in South Carolina, you would have been able to see the eclipse. This time, the trajectory on the East Coast is crossing paths of some of the states that happened back in 2017. Okay, especially back in the town, August 21st was when the eclipse happened. Mexico, into Texas, up Maine, and into certain parts of Canada. And also this eclipse will last longer than it did in 2017. So I think it was 2 minutes back in 2017. This time it's 4 minutes. So again, peep the numbers. All right. So 4 happens to be, that's the totality of the 2. 4 also is a builder. 4 also is half of 8. We are in a universal year 8. Today is the 8th. So a lot of this is just, you can't make this shit up if you wanted to. Like, that's all I gotta say. Like, you gotta wake up really early to catch all this and do all this manipulation. As I stated before, we're in the universal year 8. It's not only just karmic, although it is, but there's abundance here. So for some, they're going to reap what they sowed. And for others, you're going to collect on your payment. It's the abundance that's happening for some that have been needing this, have been waiting almost all their lives for. And today starts and marks that. I'm not going to say manna is going to be falling from heaven, but what I'm saying is this is the start of a new beginning for some people who've been in a situation where things just didn't go right for them. And this is their time to shine, literally. Okay. So the state of Illinois will be double crossed. And I put that in parentheses, double crossed, because that's cute. Oh, Illinois. And what goes on? What's going on in Illinois? Just peek what's going on there. All right. So also, not also, but it's double crossed, especially in a town called Carbondale, which is Illinois' largest city. Look all this information up, guys. This is bananas. I was doing the research yesterday. I was just like writing my notes down, and I'm like, what are the odds of that? So in 2017, it hit Carbondale. And in 2024, it's going to hit Carbondale again. So can you imagine the electricity or the magnetic energy that's going to be happening down in that city, which happens to be Illinois' largest city? All right, it's rare for a total eclipse to hit the same place twice. Once every 366 years on average. That's what I'm saying. Can you imagine? This year, the pathway will hit cities and or towns deep down south from Mazatlan, Mexico, Dallas, and San Antonio, Texas. These are the cities or states that are hitting. It's hitting. Let me keep going. So Mexico, it's hitting this city in Mexico called Mazatlan, Dallas, and San Antonio, Little Rock, Arkansas, Carbondale, Illinois, Indianapolis. It didn't give me a city. Cleveland, Ohio, Buffalo, New York, Maine, Montreal, and Gander, Canada, passing all through man-made barriers, but one whole continent, right? Because while it looks like Mexico is one city, right, is a country, and Canada's another country, and you look on the map, it's all on one continent. Okay, all on one continent. Spiritual aspect. Beyond this astronomical wonder, the solar eclipse holds spiritual significance for many. According to Archaeologist Digest, all right, disclaimer, copyright. It symbolizes a time of darkness and spiritual renewal, offering an opportunity for introspection and shedding old energies, which is what I said a few seconds ago. Now, in the Bible, for those that subscribe to that, Joel chapter 2, verse 31 proclaims the sun will be turned to darkness, the moon to blood, before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Here, the Bible presents the darkening of sun as a sign to the arrival of God's ultimate judgment and redemption. Well, we've been in judgment for quite some time now. Also, according to some scripture, periods of darkness last 3 days. There are days of darkness seems to represent God's judgment of sin as well as demonstration of God's power. Creation, in the beginning was darkness. Same thing with Jesus or Yeshua, right? It was 3 days of darkness. You get the gist. this is a symbol of completeness. Okay. So be cautious when interpreting prophecies. While potential connections between solar eclipses and biblical prophecies spark our curiosity, it's important to approach interpretations with caution, right? No disrespect to the ancestors before us, because they saw something they didn't understand, so they proclaimed it to be something when it could be something else, right? They didn't know scientifically when the moon and the earth and the sun are in alignment, right? They just saw it as, oh shit, our ass is grass. We better get together. All right. Now for me, this is a bittersweet ending on a spiritual aspect, because you know, for those who do know, those who don't know, I lost my father unexpectedly last April. As a matter of fact, the end of this month will be his 1 year anniversary, which doesn't even feel or seem right. I've been in mourning again this whole week. The earthquake happened, and that just put me in a tailspin. My mom called me, and I'm on the phone crying, because it was this week was the last week that I saw him, that we went out to go eat. So all this is playing in my mind. It's not like he was sick and, he was dying of cancer, or he had some kind of terminal illness that I was like, okay, that's, I can muster myself to know he's going to die soon. I mean, we all are, but to die unexpectedly and get a call that your father's unresponsive, when all he did was just go out to go hang out and eat. Like, he did what we do all the time. I couldn't wrap my head around that. All right. So it's leaving behind that. It's going through this transition of, grief, and, having a moment to yourself where you're reflecting, right? And then the 2017, like all from 2017 up until now, I've had nothing but spiritual, just a bunch of spiritual get your ass together type stuff, for better lack of words. And that's really what started me on this. Like, while I was in it 2015, but 2017 was really like, okay, get in this ring, Rocky. And I had to duke some stuff out. And so now I hit that 7 year, and I'm like, that's a long time. That's a long time to being around, spiritually speaking. That's a long time. You don't gotta be in jail to do time. Like Pac said, you don't gotta be in jail to do time. You could be in your own mental jail. You could be living physically, like in a spot that's like, listen. All right. So anyway, on a spiritual aspect, and while I'm entering in my 7th personal year, also this is my 7th personal year. While I'm in a universal 8, it's still a battle, because the 8 is that karmic, but the 7 is that spirit. And also 8 is that abundance. So it's going to be like, yo, you know what? You did your thing. Here's your manna. Damn right, I'm gonna be outside. I might be bringing some doing ashes and giving some offerings out there today. I gotta hurry this up. I gotta go get some offerings and give thanks. Shoot. All right. What else? So let's see, what else? All right. So, and then, we talked about the earthquake and stuff. It hit a town called Lebanon out in Jersey. So that I also find very like Lebanon, So yeah, that was it, guys. That's really, because I'm gonna get up here and start crying, because now all the stuff that starts hitting me in my head, like, man, you really did that. You really did that. I mean, losing my grandmother at 18, that was the first for me, the Twin Towers. Her and my dad were my Twin Towers, my pillars. And then when that happened, I went into spiral. But she was old, and it was expected. But then him, Alta's in the building. Salute, salute, brother Alta. Okay, just remind me, got my homework to do. It's a personal year for you. That's a spiritual. And now let's see when we talk about these personal years. All right, you can find this out by adding your month that you were born, the day that you were born, and this year, and you will find that what year you are going through beginning now. I kind of started off like from birthday to birthday, so I'm going to be going into my 7th year in July. So I'm still in my 6th personal year, and that's why I'm having these, 6 is that harmony, but 6 is the give and take, is the ebb and flow. And so, I'm not over the hump just yet. But baby, please, when I hit July 19th, I'm gonna be doing the jig. I'm gonna hit that 7 year like what? All right. Don't mind me, guys. All right, so the number 3 here was it personal? Personal. 128. So for the Alta, this year is going to be about imagination, expansion, self-improvement, happiness, growth, self-development. Improving your image or reputation will add to your popularity with others in the public. Doing something creative such as writing, painting, or making music will add much to your personal satisfaction. Be positive in attitude and action as much as possible. All right. The seeds you planted 2 years ago are likely to bear fruit. I like that. Okay. We ain't going to talk about the love and relationship part. We'll save that for a rainy day. Health during this cycle may be stressed by overwork, nervous, strain, emotional outbursts, and upsets. You're a Scorpio, so we're going to have to do a lot of woosava. There may be some skin problems, low blood pressure, anemia, foot problems. Stay alert to health concerns during January, March, June, and October. January, March, June, and October. All right. Career, number of expansion and personal growth, development more. So instead of like, maybe trying to get another job or, whatever the case may be, this is more about inflection, inner work, doing things that are going to best work for you. All right. And these best times for you, days are Thursdays and Fridays, and the months of February, March, May, July, and November to bring better opportunity. All right. If you're looking to do some traveling or trips, June, so February, June, July, and November. All right. So that's for my brother. Oh snap, brother Bayback's in the building. They spraying the sky. So you can't see, you won't be able to see the solar eclipse. It's nice and sunny right now. I'm going outside, bump what everybody else keep talking about. All right, so hold on a second. I'm gonna drop the link in a second, but I need to check on someone really quickly. Hold on.
it on my phone.
Okay. All right, y'all. I am back in the BTO chemtrails. No, you go outside, you're gonna get lit with acid. I'm going outside. I don't give a rat's tail.
Entering the studio.
Hold on, guys. I got somebody. Ooh, y'all gonna be so surprised. Hold on, guys. And then I'm gonna drop the link for others to come up because I'm pretty much done with my little spiel and stuff. Yeah. No, I have my audio on mute.
It says the browser has blocked your mic and camera.
Hit the click it. Okay, click on both to say yes. Okay.
And then here.
Hold on, y'all.
Enter without the mic. Getting all kinds of crazy wonky stuff around the town. Explaining.
Just type in mom.
Let's see. M. And it's here. Example, founder of Creative Inc. Enter without mic. So I'm here. I see you.
There you is. All right, guys. So I'm gonna hang up. Let me see. It says device not connected. Hold on. You see me, but it says device not connected.
Oh.
Let me see something. It says they will need to. So you gotta connect your mic.
So what's the mic icon?
It looks like a little mic, like it looks like a microphone. Hold on, guys. It's not letting me bring you up.
I just hit the mic.
There you go. Hold on. Okay.
This is great.
All right, guys. So without further ado, I got the master teacher in here. Y'all, hold on. There you go.
All right.
Oh, so much echo. Hold on.
Mom.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, right. Perfect. So salute to my master teacher. This is my mother, everybody, the one who created me, the one who gave me the knowledge in regards to all this spiritual, esoteric astrology. Without further ado, master teacher, my mother in the building. Hello, Mom.
Hey, how you doing, Bun?
So you're on live and you have an audience here. We got about 5 people in the chat. So salute to them.
Salute to you all.
So let's jump right in because today is the solar eclipse, and we didn't talk about this growing up. We didn't really like, discuss too much about what this is. But what was your introduction as far as astrology? What made you click with it?
I did a little research with Linda Goodman's sun sign at the time, and I found her work to be fascinating. She was the only one at the time that was really uh, out there, and she had a lot of good stuff to talk about as far as the different signs was concerned. And I just fell in. I come back from that hippie area, late
Yeah,
hippie era.
are you comfortable with saying how old you are?
No, I'm going to be 71 in September.
Shoot, and where are you born? Where are you raised? Give us a backdrop.
Okay, background is born and raised in the Boogie Down Bronx. Uh, Went to an elementary school that still exists. It was built in 1889. Uh, Grew up in a mixed neighborhood, and my junior high school was not too far from where I used to live. Everything was within close distance, but I want to give a shout out to my high school years because that was where my formative years were. Music and art.
Shout out to music and art.
Yeah, music and art. And we call that the Castle on the Hill. For those of you who are familiar with New York, it looks like a castle sitting up on a hill between two campuses of City College. And I
And
want
so,
to say that
for
I was
those
living
that
a
are not from New York City, where is that? Is that in Manhattan, Brooklyn, Bronx?
that was in Manhattan.
Okay. And roughly what time year was this that you were there?
In the late 60s into the early 70s.
Okay. So that's where you get the hippie ish.
Mm-hmm. It
Uh-huh.
was coming out of that Woodstock era. Okay. It was during that time when there was a lot of civil unrest. There was the Chicago 7. Um, the country was up in the turmoil of with the Vietnam War. So yes, I come from that era.
Okay. And so moving forward, when did you pick up this Linda Goodman book?
I want to say I picked it up after I graduated from high school.
Okay, so you're about like 18 or so, 19?
Yeah, about
17.
18, 17, 18, 19. Yeah.
Okay. And did anybody talk to you about this, or you just randomly?
Uh, no, I did know a few people who also were into astrology at that time. I think the group that I was with was, they were mixed. But and then again, astrology was a very big thing back in that day, in that time period.
Yep.
Uh, People were really into signs and what the elements were, whether you were a fire sign, a water sign, and they started getting deeply into it. And then her book came out around that time period. So I went to, uh, I, I don't know, I forget where I went and I got it, but um,
Okay.
reading on the different types of sun signs and who you're compatible with and all this other crazy stuff. It was a crazy time period.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So that is interesting as you said, as I segue into this book. It's kind of like the newer version of Linda Goodman, but it's for Black folk. And it's called Black Love. And she does the same thing, kind of like Linda Goodman, but she's gears it towards Black folk, for better lack of words. Um, and she talks, about the sexuality. She goes into, if it's a Aries man and an Aries woman. And so, yeah, I picked up the newer version of of the Linda Goodman.
Okay. I got to check that one out too.
Yeah, I'll send you a screenshot. All right. So Alta says that's how Pops got me in on early. Okay, salute to Alta. Salute. These are my usual suspects, especially Brother Maybach. I always get on him. Pause. Pause. Because he's a Libra, and when you talked about the compatibilities, that's because I think you had one of her books laying around, well, in your bookshelf, and it was her love sign, if
Love
I'm not
signs,
correct.
yes.
If I'm so, did you find any of that by reading her material relatable, like in relationships?
To some degree, she nailed it pretty close, especially with the love signs. Um, there were similarities. I be free speakly about my sign?
Oh yeah, I was waiting for you to come out and then talk about the big B.
Okay. So, guys, I'm a Virgo. I'm in the early part of Virgo. Uh, and my planet is Mercury. So, you can blame my planet now for putting you all through the what they call retrograde. 'Cause
Right.
and with back to the question that you asked about her correlations with the people, I found that in some cases, not often, she really hits the nail on the head.
Mm,
She talks about the Aries and how strong and headstrong they are, but they're kind people. Um,
mm-hmm.
Geminis, now, let's just to flip that a little bit. Yes, you guys do have a dual personality. That's why you are compatible with Libra, because the scales with Libra can dip back and forth. And Gemini, you're the sign of the twins, so you guys understand each other pretty well. And then again, Del, I know that you go in and you talk about your rising and your
Yeah, did
the
I tell you what yours were? Do you remember? Because I don't remember.
well, all I know is that my moon is in Aquarius, and that
Oh,
makes me kind of aloof. So a lot of people sometimes take my aloofness.
that explains. Okay, okay. Well, because Aquariuses are also artistic. So you have like this double thing because Virgo is the sister sign to Pisces, but they are both very artsy, intuitive people. It makes sense why you would have gone to a high school like the one that you went to, because that is about art. And Aquarius has that same kind of characteristic where they can be artistic. They're futuristic, if you will, and they are very out there, but they know how to bring it back. And Virgo has the same kind of energy, like these guys know how I talk about you, how I talk about Dad, and Dad was a Pisces and Mom was a Virgo. Mom is a Virgo, and it's almost well, you guys, I don't know what his rising and stuff was, because it was kind of like oil and water. Like it worked well, but then it had its moments. And I think because Pisces and Virgo are so much similar that it's not compatible. If
Right.
that makes sense.
Yeah, because we are opposites. But they
Mm,
say, and it's true to some degree, that opposites do attract. If I say let's, he'll say go. Um, there was that mutable. That's the word I'm looking for.
right, right, right,
The mutable aspect to our signs made it work.
right. Yes, I can see that. I can see that. Now, um did you find during your dating life, well, you were married for most of it, but did you
Mhm.
find like there were certain signs that were more attracted to you and you couldn't understand why? or did you just was like, oh, I'm just, we're interested in each other, and didn't matter what sign they were?
Um, I would say the latter.
Okay. Okay. I've come to see, for me personally speaking, that for some reason I get a lot of Pisces. Besides that, and besides my child and husband, for some reason, and these are just random, it's mostly like Pisces, and I'm just like, I don't get it. But I think it's
your
right.
grandfather was Pisces.
Right.
My father.
But we all love each other. Like, it's, and besides that, we're water signs. But I don't know. There's something, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and it might be out of Linda Goodman, it's the Venus that's the magnet to the person. So whatever your Venus is, which is the love language, that's why. And my Venus is in I think my Venus is in Virgo, which would explain why Pisces. I don't know. I'm done. All I gotta say is I'm done with Pisces, though. I love them to death, but I'm done with Pisces. Any other input that you want to add in regarding what's going on? Oh, and the earthquake, if you can touch up on, biblically speaking, because you were raised in a Christian home. However, the Bible, we weren't Bible thumped in our house. We weren't like sun up to sundown going to church. We didn't, I mean, our grandparents, her mother, my mom's mother, her grandparents, they went to church regularly, but it wasn't like, they still would cut a rug. They still sip a little something on the side. They weren't like the ultra religious people. So can you talk about that? And with that type of with everything correlating now with the eclipse, the earthquake. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, let me just start with the religious aspect of the my background. They had me. I was definitely in a. Are you still there, Dan? Hello. Whoops.
Yeah, go ahead, Mom. Keep going. I'm here.
Okay. With the religious background, it started as a little kid. We had a neighborhood church, Methodist church, that we went to. My grandmother was a staunch believer of a church going, Sunday school for all of us, my brothers as well. At the time, it was just myself and my brother. So we pretty much had a very fundamental, strong foundation in the belief of God. And as we got older, it went into more of a deeper piece of religion, excuse me, where actually I wasn't a Methodist, but I was baptized an Episcopalian, which is the offshoot of the Anglican Church. And so having both parallel faiths, are actually, they're still Protestant, but one leans towards more of a Catholic ritual. So my level now, where I'm going to a non-denominational church, but I see how the differences and how the sameness is. One is more ritualistic, as opposed to non-denominational. They do more homilies.
Okay.
They do, have the communion service and everything else. But the way I'm receiving it is on a level that I can understand it. And yes, they read about scripture and everything. And it's very interesting that you should talk about this, because with these earthquakes and the eclipse, there is it's kind of drawing me towards Revelation. I don't want to say it, but it's really kind of, you know, this is the last days and times of this world. So everything that's going on, especially with the antichrists, and what's going on with the young people, and that was the sermon primarily this past Sunday, was the direction and the influencers on the kids. So yeah, it's profound. It's scary.
Yeah.
It's very scary. It doesn't sit too well with me because you know that part in the Bible where it says that what is it? It's 7 years, 70 something about how much time you're granted here on this earth. Yeah.
And somebody just posted K-Swing just said they've been seeing the number 77, 177, 717, and 771. That's crazy that you just said that. Yeah. Just to put a pin in it with what you were saying, yeah, it is scary. And I feel, again, I'm not disrespecting the ancestors before us, because they didn't have the technology, or they did. Maybe they did. That, you know, with the way how the sun is, you know, and the moon and the earth and everything lines up, that it's really scientific and not omen-like. But now, you know, seeing that, it can be scary if you don't understand it or understand it. It can definitely be scary to some of us. But when you have a greater, somewhat of a greater understanding and faith, these things shouldn't spook you or deter you or make you feel otherwise. But hold on one second. So yes, also the earthquake was 4.8. Today is the 8th. It was in a town called Lebanon, out in Jersey is where it was detected. And yeah, man. So really quickly, I know you gotta go soon, Mom, but I have my brother Maybach up here that wants to jump in. Again, the panel is open, so if you guys want to, you know, talk to Mom really quickly or ask any questions that you may, you know, as her as an elder here that may have some words of wisdom before she leaves, because she needs to get out of here in a little bit. Let me bring my brother Maybach up, Mom.
Okay.
The Libra that I'm always bugging.
Grand afternoon, Mama Foxy.
Grand afternoon to you, Maybach.
Salute. How you doing, Foxy? How's everything?
Good. I miss you.
Likewise, you already know. Listen, right? I know you said you told your mom that you get on me.
Birthday too. So
yes, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I told her. She remembers too. She's like, "Is that the lady that does the cards?" I said, "Yes, that's the lady that does the cards."
Okay.
So Mama Foxy, I wanted to ask you a question, right? Did you have any friends or know anyone personally that was part of the Panther movement when you were coming up?
I had some friends that had affiliations with it.
Okay. All right. No, because that's my fascination. I'm trying to like be around people that was, you know, around back then. You know what I'm saying? And get some inside stories and stuff like that. It's something that I'm fascinated with. So that's what I really wanted to ask you. You know what I mean? And I wanted to tell you too, your daughter did learn from a master teacher or professor, I should call you. You know, and she does well. Sometimes it's scary. I told her I don't want no reading because, you know, I'm an American Haitian, and you know, a lot of in our culture, a lot of us are super tapped in. My mom's being one of them. Like my mom's will have a dream, and she'll like say something to us. Like I'll give you an example. One time she had a dream and told me and my brother not to get in any of our friends' cars because, you know, they did something, whatever. And sure enough, we didn't get in our friend's car, but whatever she dreamt about, it actually happened. So that's what I mean by like tapped in. Like special. I
Yeah.
guess you could
Oh
call it
yeah.
a superpower. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. No, it's more or less for a premonition. There are some, like my father was born with what they call a veil over his eyes, and he was
Uh-huh.
able to see when my brother got hit by a taxi 2 weeks
Mm.
before it happened.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
I
Uh-huh.
believe some of this stuff has passed on to Dell because she has also the gift of premonitions and things of that nature. So she
Uh-huh.
has that spiritual, um, metaphysical sense that she can really tap into that part. So I understand where you're coming from as far as yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
she was
our well, it would be our grandmother, but it's my mom's immediate grandmother, my grandfather, who she just said was born with the veil.
Uh-huh.
His mother was born in Grenada, and
Okay. Okay.
when she left Grenada, she came here to the States, but specifically
Uh-huh.
to Harlem, New York.
Mm-hmm.
And unbeknownst to us, there's little stories here and there that you hear of, because they don't talk about the spiritualism part of it. They don't talk about like what Brother Maybach said, like tapping in, which we kind of we consider it voodoo, but it's really not.
Correct.
And
Correct.
stuck.
she would have her Bible, and so when you think about those ancestors, especially if you subscribed into the Bible, there were prophets in there, and
Hmm.
Jesus himself was. If you subscribe to Jesus being a prophet,
Correct.
some there's it's debatable, but there are family lineage that has that DNA where it may skip a generation, may skip 2 generations, but it's usually coming from that bloodline that uh, grandparent did that spiritual work. So she used to do tea leaf readings, and she used to do spiritual baths. And then her daughter used to do it, which was my mother's grandmother. And then my
Right.
mother's grandmother, who's her son, my mother just said had premonitions and was born with the veil. Well, I have it. My mom has some sensory, empathetic things as well. Like we all have different elements and different gifts. Some may be a little stronger than others, but that's why I said tap in with this solar eclipse, because you too can get some X-Men upgrades.
Yeah. Supernatural powers.
Supernatural powers.
Correct.
Brother Ultra says that his grandfather was used to have meetings at the barber shop. Um, Mom, you're coming kind of. You were in high school during the Panther
Hmm.
uh, movement, right?
Yes.
Um, well, let me see, how can I word this? I think because you went more into the artistic side of things, is that why you weren't really too interested in going towards the Panther side, like
Yeah.
being revolutionary?
Also, you got to remember these guys at the time were very radical.
Mm.
Excuse me. They were also in a realm that was extremely dangerous. Sort of. I don't know. I won't. They don't, no, I can't say that. Even the Bloods and the Crips. I can't. You can't say that. The movement was to overthrow the government in a way, and I could be mistaken, but the Panthers really were. There was a faction in there that wanted to overtake the government, but they were trying to do uh, a maintenance of the the wrongdoings of what America was doing to black folks, like sort of kind of channeling it in a more radical way, but a right way, like a positive way.
Right.
So it did, and with that, it came. There was a lot. Same thing with the Chicago Seven. Um, maybe you want to read up on those guys.
Mm.
Uh, they were
Uh-huh.
the anti-establishment group, and they were taught. But see, it all came about for the Vietnam War.
Exactly.
Correct.
Young guys going
Correct.
into war for what?
and coming back
And
home and realizing that they weren't given the special treatment that they deserved to get and were treated like second-class citizens.
Correct.
that too.
Yeah.
And this is kind of why the revolution kind of culminated, was part of that. Mainly was the Vietnam War. But
Yeah.
salute to you, because you don't know this, but I say it here. You are in some ways a revolutionist as well. And I say that because during the time that you were working in the elementary schools, majority of those children were Hispanic and Black children that seemed to get victimized more so than the counter white children of the suburbs. And so you worked in those public schools in the Bronx, and I saw how you worked with these children as a child myself, seeing you making children happy, understanding them, giving them a voice, letting them be free, but also giving them the discipline. Because a lot of the kids, especially some of my friends, were scared of you, and I'm like, Mom. Then they're like, no, we're not playing with your mother. So I just want to give you that in real time to let you know that you are like my Afeni Shakur.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, Mama got to come back to do a part 2, man.
Yeah. We're gonna have her back on. So
yeah,
do you need?
I most definitely. Listen, I'm retired now, so I do have time. And even though I'm in the Sunshine State, I can always visit. Via
Cool.
satellite.
All right, Mom. So we're gonna let you go ahead and get yourself ready. Do you still have time, or you got to get going soon?
Actually, no. It's 1:46 is when when it really starts. But by 3:03, you guys are going to get 90%. I'm going to get 57%.
Yeah. Because they said it's going to be over for us on the East Coast. I'm in Massachusetts. I'm in Boston. So they said we got it at least up, I think, up to like 4:00 somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Yep. And Mama, I don't know about nobody else. You ain't got to tell nobody else you from New York. Me being from Boston, Mass, I hear, even though you say you in the Sunshine State, I still hear that New York in you.
Oh yeah. Now that's not going to leave.
Correct.
Yeah.
That is.
See, she hasn't been down there long enough for it to really. I mean, and she left like as an adult, late in life, so she's always gonna have the Bronx.
But us Northerners, I feel like us Northerners.
Yeah, I'm going to be. And most people down here, when they hear me open my mouth, it's like, okay, she's from up there. Yeah. But
you can tell Maybach is up in Massachusetts, because the way he talks is different from us. But he's still close enough. So like when I first started talking to Maybach, if he didn't say certain keywords, I would have thought he was like from Brooklyn. But then
I told you this.
I was just like,
Remember, there's 2 Boston accents, right? There's 2 Boston accents. You got the Matt Damon, Ben Affleck. That's the Boston, right? And then we got the Bobby Brown New Edition Boston accent.
Right.
Yeah. See, and that's cool. You know?
Yeah. So, I don't have any other questions. Oh, I do actually. Mom, so you put me onto Brother Lloyd Strayhorn, numerology, and he's been around for decades. Did you ever pick up with numerology, or has it always kind of just been astrology and astronomy?
It was more so astrology. I did I know?
You used to listen to them on WBLS. That's how I knew about Lloyd Strayhorn.
Well, not only that, but he was the one, when I listened to him about the numerology, but I never really got into it like that.
Okay.
I was more with the signs, and because I figured with numerology, there was math involved. I was a very poor math student, so I stayed away from that part.
Okay. I like it a little bit more than astrology, believe it or not, because when Brother Lloyd Strayhorn breaks down your birth date and the time that you were born, the numbers, because the number he right, well, not he, but that's how the numbers are from 1 through 9, and then it starts to double up. So the core numbers are 1 through 9. And when I started reading his book and getting a little deeper into it, and I was like, well, the how do you call it? Attributes, I would say, kind of correlate more like with my behavior than me being Cancer, because the moon always changes 2.5 days. So you're always going to be another sign in that day, even though you were born a Virgo, Maybach, a Libra, me a Cancer. But today is an Aries moon. So we'll have some Aries quality going on today.
Okay.
But if you break down July 19th, 1976, and then the time I was born, and then it equals out to a number 4, and I'm like, so the numbers make more sense for me, just because you can't change your date of birth. You know what I mean? Now, for a woman,
Right.
if you're married and your last name changes, and you've been married longer than you've used your birth name, then that, like the numbers, what I'm saying is that the letters hold the numbers. And it's very interesting when you dive into numerology. It even goes into what places to live are best, what places to visit are best for you, all according to your life path number.
Okay.
Yeah. Brother Smitty's in the building. Salute. I got my mom up here. Shout out to the master teacher. We got Brother Maybach up here. I wanted to bring mom up because who better to talk about these type of things, because she put me onto astrology and love signs and Linda Goodman, and I just knew I was going to be married to a Libra, but that didn't turn out. So reading Linda Goodman's like, oh, do Libras and Cancers get along? How does this work? Because I love me some Lil, but that wasn't working. So I was like, yeah, later for that. But so we have her here today. So if you're just coming in and you're just checking in on the channel, that's who I have up on the panel. Is salute to the monarch. Thank you. Is my master teacher, my mother. Just talking a little something about astrology and just giving her take on today's topic.
Earthquakes and solar eclipse.
Earthquakes. And she calls me and I'm half knocked out. And I'm just like, what? What? She's like, are you okay? My uncle calls me, her brother calls me, and I'm just like, I'm knocked out. Then I'm crying because now I'm in mourning and I'm missing my dad, and it just all these emotions start flooding through. Like, it was just a mess. I'm knocking upstairs, banging on the walls, like, tell that neighbor stop thumping. Meanwhile, it's an earthquake.
Oh, you felt it?
And there was an aftershock too.
There was an aftershock about something. I felt that one.
Okay. It was later on in the afternoon.
Yeah, it was later on.
Like I explained to your brother, the continental shelf is shifting. And
because we have a fault line that's similar to the fault line.
It runs from Canada all the way down through Appalachia, or as they say, Appalachia.
Oh, that far down.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Did you didn't feel anything, Maybach, did you?
I was on the road. I did on 95. We were doing some we was doing some home renovation, and we was coming back from the residential house, and we felt it on 95. Like, some people felt it in Boston, and the mainly people that felt it were living in like apartment complexes. We don't have like high rises like you guys do. You know what I mean? So some people felt it and some people didn't. To me, me with my tinfoil, cap on, I think it's something else.
Oh Lord, here we go.
No, I'm just saying. I just feel like it's something else.
Mom, he is our resident. Off the grid, we chop it up like that too. Me and my mom talk about those things as well. That's why I get between her and my father. That's how I learned all the stuff that I learned. My dad had me watching UFO movies, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
The government stuff.
Mom. I want to ask your mom's one more question, right? Well, if she's like she said, she has time on the part 2. I would like her to enlighten, me and the masses about the 13th month and why we don't have that, if she can, if she knows anything about that or have any information about that.
The 13th month.
Yeah, because they said with astrology, I'll just give you the gist of it. I'm seeing a lot of videos on Instagram on my timeline and my algorithm about a turtle shell explains everything about the 13th month. We used to have a 13th sign and all this other stuff. So, I just wanted to see if you had knowledge on that or information on that.
I had heard about the 13th sign, but I'm not familiar with any of that, and I really don't know.
Okay, all right.
Well, so in the ancient times, 13 was the number, and it wasn't considered bad luck either.
Correct. Correct.
Certain cultures use 13. I think the Mayans use 13 as they have the 13th.
And I think the Knights Templar did too.
Correct. Yep. Because they're saying they actually saying that people that work a 9 to 5, there's like 4 weeks out of that year. You know what I mean? Where they don't get paid and stuff like that. It's super deep. It's super deep. But like Foxy said, it goes that back, like the Mayan civilization, like how you just said the Knights Templar or Templar Knights and stuff like that. Yeah, correct. So yeah, but there actually was 13 months. Like how you said, there was 13 signs that they did with the astrology, but then there was a month as well too. And everything is it's always done for a reason,
Oh, absolutely. Because it's them that use that, just like how they're going to use the eclipse today to work their magic. They know how to finagle stuff, so they're going to make it. They're going to bring out all the bells and whistles, and we know who they are.
Correct.
But when you overstand, as I said a little while ago, and you have faith, these things shouldn't rock your core. We should expect them to do, the magic tricks. We should expect that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Also, if people subscribe to this, because the debate, and Netflix just recently put out it's not a documentary, but it's like a docu-series kind of thing about Moses. I forgot what the name of it is, but see, this kind of ties back in biblically. So when we're talking about things like eclipses, when we're talking about new moons, when we're talking even astrology, we have to not get caught up with the semantics of it being evil, because during those biblical times, that's how they navigated. They used astrology, they used the sun, the stars, and the moon to move from place to place.
Correct.
So it can't be evil for me and Master Teacher up here to read Linda Goodman and read the Bible, because those same people were the ones using astrology.
Correct.
Some don't believe that Yeshua or Jesus, Jesus, is the child of God, and that he was in fact just the prophet, and also he's the 13th disciple. There's where that 13 comes in. It's not 12. They leave Jesus out and make him stand alone, but in actuality, he's the 13th disciple.
Correct. He's part of them. Yeah, correct. I seen that too.
So his master teacher was actually John the Baptist. But certain people like to flip the script and give us a different narrative.
Oh, you know, they got to make it juicy or dramatize it.
I mean, I'm not, this is not blasphemy. To some, it may sound blasphemy. I may be a heretic. Listen,
No.
I'm part of Jesus. My name correlates with him. I'm part of that lineage, the David, Star of David, and all of that. But when you start telling people that, they're like, nah, that you tripping, Foxy, you bugging. I'm telling y'all.
No.
It's no wonder when you learn gematria and you type in your name and the name that you were given at birth, it'll tell you everything who you correspond with. And a lot with my name, first and birth name and married name, all connects me with Yeshua and David.
Mm-hmm.
You don't believe that you don't think that you're a star seed? Did you know about that too, right?
I am a star seed. Yeah.
There you go. That's why. So you're tapped differently. So when somebody say you're bugging, that's because they're on the outside looking in. You know what I mean?
I'll tell them my planet, my star system and everything. Yeah. I'm from Pleiades. And it's deeper than that.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
But they want to tell us certain things. So that's why I'm like, you know what? When you know who you are and you know where you come from, not only just physically, the people who you create, because I have my mother up here, and her DNA, that taps in lineage beyond that as well, goes back. And I don't know who else she has, but your name and your frequency, vibes, and all that good stuff, there's a reason why certain things resonate more for you than others.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And the powers that shouldn't be will try to tell you no. Although that's why you got to be careful sometimes too, because they know who you are.
Correct. I just watched that too. They said when we born and they take the child, when they handprint you and footprint you, they can tell who you gonna be when you get older. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. So yeah. Wow. I just seen a documentary on that. Yeah. Basically what you're gonna become. So, you know, I seen something that says us melanated folks, we are science, we are biology, we are astrology, we all that's why they study us. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
but like some of us are so stupid and we sitting around here like, duh. Do you know that your greatness, that your skin alone is worth billions of dollars? That's why they doing the things that they do.
Oh, you talking about that? Oh my goodness!
I'm not talking about that right now, maybe. We're not going there.
No, I know. I'm talking about you. You saying that just made me think of a video that I saw last week about how they selling melanin. When you just said that, and it's more than gold. Yeah. That's all I'm trying to say. Yeah.
They're gonna have a hard time with me because I'm not so melanin, but I have melanin.
Listen, we know why you're so light. We know that, but
you shut your mouth, boy.
You're melanated. You're still melanated.
I'm extra melanated. I'm so melanated. I'm on the light side of things.
You know.
Mom, any other info that you want to drop down with us? And because this is what me and Maybach do all the time.
Other than that, I thank you for having me come on to the panel, not realizing that I am not technologically astute, but
yeah, that's fine. You did well.
I did, exactly. Yeah, I did pretty good. I have to say that you guided me through very well, Weed Hopper.
And I'm not the greatest either, so thank you. Maybach, any questions?
No, I just want to tell your moms that I appreciate her for tapping in.
Thank you.
Like again, I wish whenever you're available and Foxy's ready, that we do a part 2. You know, because you was dropping some gems. You know, And that's
Oh
why
yeah.
now she always, like she said earlier, she always mentioned you and dad and stuff like that. So once you started talking, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I see it. I hear it. You know what I mean? So,
All
but
right,
I
Mom. So
appreciate you though.
I'm gonna let you do you.
All right.
And
Sign off.
we'll yep, sign off.
Yeah,
And
I got.
thank you. That's all I gotta say. Thank you for being a friend.
Enjoy
You're
your
welcome,
eclipse.
sweetheart.
Enjoy your eclipse viewing too. I don't know if you're gonna be outside or not, but enjoy it.
I got my chair
You're
and I
not gonna
got
be
my
able to see it
glasses.
too much. But you won't
Okay.
be able to see it as clearly as we will, right?
No, you guys are gonna see it better. I wish. Well, and it was it was so funny to see the folks. I mean, people literally were leaving Texas, taking flights to go up to Buffalo.
So yeah, I said me and Bayback. I said I wanted to go up to Buffalo, but that's like an 8 hour thing. No, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, yeah. And,
I'm not doing that.
you
But
know,
yeah,
I just
that's where key points. That's one of the cities where it's going to be very, very visible at. So
and
and
Correct.
Niagara Falls. Yep.
Yeah.
Buffalo's
The
already off.
Midwest too. Texas and the Midwest, I heard too. Some part of Texas and the Midwest,
Mm-hmm.
like Ohio, someplace in Ohio
Yeah,
is gonna
Cleveland,
be that.
Ohio. I got the
Correct.
cities
That
here.
spot.
Cleveland, Ohio.
Hmm.
Also, Buffalo's got a bunch of melanated folks, so they gonna be
Of
going
course.
through the thing.
Yeah, they're going to be there.
No, I said, but it's just gonna give some energy to some melanated people right now.
Correct. Correct.
That's
Oh,
what
they
I'm
selling
saying.
the sunglasses. I'm like, no, thank you. Oh, you have to wear it. I was like, this guy's not tapped. We don't
Listen,
have
the,
to
the
wear it.
Motel 8 is selling for a room. It's rented, or you could stay in the room for $900 and something. Motel 8 or Motel 6, all up and down that corridor where the alignment is going to be. I said,
Well, these folks don't realize that the next time that they'll be able to see it is in 2044.
Yeah, 44, 45. Yeah, one of those.
right.
Correct. Yep.
That's why I'm going to go outside. I'm going to be gone by the time the next one comes around.
Yep.
Yeah, I definitely may not be around. I'll be. That's 20 years from now.
I don't. Oh, that's 20 years from now?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 20 years from now.
Correct.
Yeah,
Listen, I'm on the other end of the spectrum. You guys will be able to.
What's happening?
Yep.
Well, God willing, I'm still around. I'm still here,
Yeah, that's true. That is very true.
I'll keep my mouth closed because 20 years I really don't. But God has a funny way with me sometimes. Just
still
because
gonna be on
you don't
want
want to. You're not checking out. You're still gonna be here. Like, damn it. All right, Ma. I love you. Talk to you later.
All right, sweetheart.
Peace out.
Later.
So
That was dope.
thank you. I wonder if she.
I was like, who's the special guest?
That
was dope.
There she goes. She got out. She knows how to get out. Let me see.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure she get out. All right. Anybody else wants to come through? I'll drop the link. Brother Maybach, thank you. So anything special with you and your little young lady today?
Yeah, so I almost forgot about your show. So I had just came in, and once I tapped in, I had just came in into your chat or turned the phone on. Yeah, I went to her school. They didn't want no cake there, but they was like, I can bring some cupcakes. So I dropped off some cupcakes at her school, and you're my sis, so I had to tap in. You know what I mean?
Aww.
I came in here. I was like, yeah, let me tap in with you, and it was super dope that your moms came on. Yeah, I'm not. I didn't want to do much.
I didn't want to blow up the spot, and I was like, yeah, I got somebody up here.
Yeah. Nah, but we gonna celebrate this coming weekend. You know what I mean? So I just brought the cupcakes for her. She's already got things lined up for me. Daddy do this, Daddy do that. So yeah. So this weekend we're gonna really enjoy. You know what I mean? Her B-Day. So yep. But I just thought it was crazy that it's the same day as the eclipse. You know what I mean?
Right?
Like, wow, yeah. You know,
That is
so
amazing. That's a blessing right there.
correct. Like you said, man, I might go outside wherever I can see it. I'm gonna go outside. But that's what I was saying earlier when you was doing the live.
I ain't scared. I ain't scared. Listen, I've been seeing a lot, especially um, in the so-called conscious, man. They just some people is like, don't go outside. Don't look
Correct.
outside. And every time
Nah, I
somebody
heard
tells
to
me
go outside.
don't, I do it.
Mhm.
And that's why I always get in trouble.
No,
I
I'm
should
like
have
that too.
confirmed that because I'm so they tell you don't put the mask on. I didn't put the mask on. Now they say you could take the
Correct.
mask. I'm keeping the
Correct.
mask.
So look, right? I wanted to show you, right? So her school's in Boston. I'm 20 minutes outside of Boston, right? So when
Right.
I was coming back, I was on the interstate, well, not really interstate, but the E-way. So it's
Yeah.
like 90, yeah. So 93 north goes into Boston and 93 south comes back this way. So I
Mhm.
noticed that they was already spraying the sky. So that's why when I
Really?
had the when I'm gonna turn the camera on and show you, you see how
It
the
was
sun is
funny.
beaming. You
Yeah.
see it, right? So if
Yeah.
you, I don't know if you could see it over here. They
Oh, yeah,
already,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
it's already getting cloudy. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
they trying to do whatever, like you were saying, man. They trying to do their thing today. With and look what I got
Always
on too.
tricks.
Look, I'm you see me.
On purpose.
Yeah, exactly. See, this is why I say
Like,
we.
take that, take that.
This is why I say, right, you're a star seed because when the day of the so-called, earthquake, whatever, right? I had on
Yeah.
another I had on another NASA t-shirt and a hat, right? And this guy
Hmm.
was like, "Oh man, when I was young, I wanted to be an astronaut, this and that." And I was like, me too, but I really don't know more. And he just gave me this look of like disgust. But
Oh.
I just could tell, yeah, I could tell like he's not tapped. Like he don't know what the real deal is like we do.
Mm.
You know what I mean? So that's
Mhm.
why now, like how you said, I have conversations with like-minded people. You know what I'm saying? I made a post that I forgot who the post was from. It's from like it's a saying that says, you do not debate, you only debate with your equal. Anyone less, you're teaching. It was kind of like a quote from like Dick Gregory or someone like that. And I was like, yo, that super makes sense. You'll never get through somebody who can't see what you see or know what you know. You know what I'm saying? So, and just being around you, people like Panero,
Yeah,
who
salute to
else?
Brother Panero.
Correct, Bro Sanchez, people like
Right.
you, I could vibe with all day long. We'll go back and
Listen,
forth with
Brother Sanchez
information.
has salute
Mhm.
to brother because he's a young guy as well. And I mean, he flipped my wig with certain stuff that he's brought up. And I like the fact that um it's just teaching. Like even if he gets
Mhm.
into his ego, which I don't
Mhm.
really see too much of, but I mean, he taught me some things. He taught me some stuff. And that the fact that he was receptible to me speaking,
Mhm.
and he's like, "Yo, Foxy, you got to come back on." And now I'm a damn moderator on there. I'm like, how did I become a moderator?
Yeah.
I mean, because some of that stuff is like this is something you always want to talk about, but you don't have the right people to talk about. And when you
Thank
were
you.
saying
Correct.
like, are you a star? That's because you're a star seed. Our brother Sanchez, that's what he talks about.
Correct.
Like, and he
Correct.
could bring it to the scientific, the pseudo, the
Correct. Correct.
spiritual,
Correct.
because it's all
And that's what I
connected.
like.
Like, brother.
That's why I like watching him because it's
Mm-hmm.
nothing. It's not opinion. He's giving you facts and truth. So you like last night, for an example, he was trying to enlighten this guy about like how they
He had a big
predictively,
panel.
yeah. So how they predictively program us. So when it does happen, you're just like, oh, okay, whatever. The guy just
Mm-hmm.
would not like overstand and understand the point that he was trying to make. So he was like, brother, your ego's so much in the way, you making a fool out of you. Yo, the way he broke him down, it was like, someone else probably would have been cursing, you know,
Right.
attacking him. He just broke the dude down in a way to where the dude just like, he's like, bro, I just have to let you go because you're making yourself a fool, like, and stuff like that. And that's the point. Like, again, you only debate with your equal. Anybody underneath that, you're teaching them because it's the
Yeah.
truth, And see, to me, we're told that, knowledge is for everyone, information is for everyone. What I was told is all of that is for everybody, but not at the same time, because some of my own friends and family members are just now coming around for me telling them certain things 4 years, especially 4 years ago in 2020, what was going on. They're like, are
Right.
you serious? Oh my God, Maybach, you need to leave that, leave the broccoli
Yeah.
alone because you're doing too much of the broccoli. It's all, and I'm like, wow. So y'all thinking I'm just, where do you think I'm getting this information from? You think I'm just making it on my, now they coming around like, you were right. And it's just like, oh, okay. But I was a weirdo 4 years ago. I'm smoking too much, medicinal. Now you coming around like, but that's what I had to learn. It's just like, again, I used to get upset.
As the saying goes, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. So
hold on, say that one more time. You got to say that one more time again. That's
that's an old thing. That's an old thing. When the student,
I've never heard that. When I say I never heard
that's one of my
that,
infamouses, because let me tell you. But yes, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. So while we are gathering this information and we want to share it, you have a lot of people. I don't debate. I don't debate. I like to teach.
Yeah.
Because debating is just how much do you know, that goes back and forth.
Yeah.
But somebody who doesn't know something and then learns, that's fulfilling for me. And plus, I don't like to debate is kind of almost an argumentative. It's a nice way of putting an argument together.
Yeah, and
I
you don't have. You don't have that personality. I can seriously say, for the last 4 or 5 years, I've known you. I never heard you not one time. Yeah, it's been like since Spooky.
Wow.
Yeah,
damn, spooky good.
So again, right? So me and this woman too. Me and Jules was talking like weeks ago, and we was talking about like, damn. So I said, I threw that year out too. I said, yo, I've known you and Foxy. She said, that Mel, it's been that long? I said, yes.
Damn.
I said, listen, anytime I'm in NY, like I came out there, but it was real quick. Like, no lie. It's not even about like, oh, we got to do something. I want to meet y'all person. Like I said, coffee, tea, whatever, a juice bar, whatever y'all want. I just want to, tap in because again, I learned a lot from y'all. There's some other ones too. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. So there's some other ones that I actually, we actually did link up and, it was real quick. But yeah, so it was super great to at least, see face to face and stuff like that.
It feels
you know what
good.
I mean? But correct. Because again, like I said, I like to be around people that make me feel good, people I can learn from. You know what I'm saying? Like that message you sent me yesterday, that uplifted me. That's why I was like, nah, I don't care about what you wanted to send. It's not about that. Like you just being a friend of mine through this app right here is everything to me. And that's priceless. Can't even put a price on it. You know what I mean? So, again, who else again? From your platform, Miss Lotus. Like me and her, like if I don't hear from her, she don't hear from me. Like if I don't send a couple of videos, she hits me up, hey, peace, love, light, and healing. You know what I mean? So this is what I'm saying. I don't even get that from people that I personally know. So why wouldn't I appreciate y'all? You see what I'm saying? And that makes me feel good. Like yesterday, I did that for her. I said, hey, I haven't heard nothing from you. I hope everything is all, all good. Because she did lose her mom's not too long ago. So you know what I mean? Yeah. So I always send her a DM. Always send her a DM like, hey, how's the children? And she asked me the same. So if I'm getting love from people that I met on the app and the people that I grew up with and got history with ain't tapping in, they always say, shut your phone off and don't contact nobody and see who contacts you. That's who's there for you. You know what I mean? And I'm a firm believer of things like that. So people like y'all, like, listen.
Death, it was my greatest ally, if that makes sense. Yeah. Because it showed me who people really are, who family, who blood. Blood is really when death comes.
Correct.
And I was like, he don't gotta show me, but one time, that shit happened twice, and I was like, oh, word.
Yeah.
That's why I said with my grandmother, her and my dad are my twin towers. And now they both gone. My mother, shout out to my master teacher. She's always gonna be ace number one. But I mean pillars, like the foundations, the ones that lift you up when you are freaking at your lowest. My grandmother, her mother, and my father, her ex-husband.
Yeah.
So when they got wiped off the playing field, I got to see in true time what was who and what was it all about. And I was like, oh, okay, say no more.
Yeah. You know, so that's why I always say, like, you know what I mean? I mess with y'all the long way. You know, we ain't got to say no pause. That's what I meant to tell you too. When it's a woman saying something, you don't got to say pause.
I know, but I
know. And you should know too. You should know, because your city and state, y'all create lingos every.
We came up with pause.
I know, but the new one is no diddy now. That's what they saying. Take that,
stupid.
No diddy.
Yeah, that one is done. Like, I'm really like that. That one's dumb. I want to say the other word, but I might get
Yeah. Cameron, they asked him in the interview. Cameron, I know which word you're talking about. He said
it's the other word for happy.
Yeah, he said before pause, it was the other one. He said
we always said that. We always said that.
He said, I didn't come up with it. He said, where I grew up in Harlem, that's how we talk. So I'm just the person with a big platform to make the world hear it. But I got it from these guys on the streets. You know what I'm saying?
That's what we would say. If somebody was doing something funny, we'd be like, oh, that's G-A-Y.
Yep. Oh, what about the F word? We used to say that, and it was no disrespect. Now,
before the G word, we said the F word.
Yeah, exactly. So now you can't even say that.
They coming after you for that.
Correct. Oh, do you know your pronouns? Because
it. Refer to me as it.
You know, in certain cities, certain states, you could get a ticket for not knowing your pronouns.
Shut up.
Yo, listen, you remember Demolition Man, right? Do you remember that movie? The gist of it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you remember when Sylvester Stallone kept swearing and the tickets was coming out like a ATM machine a little bit because he was dropping curse words. He was saying this, that, and he was like, "Oh, I don't care about the ticket." You don't remember that part?
No.
Oh well, they doing that right now. If you don't know your pronouns,
bro, please,
you get ticketed.
Because also, right? If you go into Webster's dictionary and you look up that word, it tells you to mean happy, to be happy.
Correct. Exactly. That's what we knew it as when we was coming up. The G. You're talking about the G word. The G word, right?
We was just like, instead of saying sissy, yeah. We'd be like, you little
Exactly. Listen,
but
me coming up playing ball.
Everything is all, and it's so
Correct. No, I was saying me coming up playing ball. We used to throw the F word around like on the basketball. You acting like a, you know what I mean?
Right.
Now,
right. Because that's a tough you up. Oh yeah, and when I said pause, because in my mind, my masculine is always on 10.
I was like, why did she say pause? She's a woman.
But then it sounded kind of crazy. I was like, I'm always on Maybach.
No, you said, Mom, there's Maybach. He's a Libra, and I be getting, either you said getting on him or jumping on him. And you was like,
I said always be getting on him.
Y'all was laughing, man. If I came on your live, you would have heard me laughing my butt off because I'm like, yo, why is she saying? I'm like, she's not a guy saying it.
I'm not.
It was funny. It was
I'm not
funny
a
though.
single woman either, and I'm like, what does she mean she getting
No,
on?
but I
Because
see this
every
what I'm saying.
freaking word gets taken out of context now. It's like I don't even know what to say anymore because I don't know
No,
who
I
what.
know, but listen, right? Like how you said earlier, right?
We're old
When
school.
what's the saying go? What's understood doesn't need to be explained. So
True,
I know
true,
how we vibe. So we know how we vibe. You know what I'm saying? So there's no
true.
if anybody was like, what do you mean you be jumping on like then they just not a star
That's
seed.
that's how we talk. I be because it's like I be getting on like that's the slang, and then somebody
Let's
might be
go,
like,
New York. There you go. That's why I said like, okay, so let me give you an example. There's a woman that's from your city, right? From the Bronx, whatever. She was like,
mm-hmm.
oh, a lot of men be like telling her she needs to tone it down and do this, and she's too like rough. I said, exactly.
Masculine. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sick
exactly.
of it.
Yes. Matter of fact, she told me you gave her a reading. This is somebody that you gave a reading to. How you
Okay.
say the name? Yeah, you say her first. The name that she
Well, we
used is
gonna blow her up
M.A.
because I can't remember.
No, I'm not blowing her up. Nah, it's all positive. Nah, she told me
Oh,
you
oh,
gave her a
oh, oh.
reading, but yeah, okay. And she lives like around the corner from you, she says, or not too far from
Got you,
where
got you. I think I
y'all.
know who you're talking about. Mm-hmm.
Yep. So she was saying, I said, let me just tell you what I learned from my mother, enlightening my sisters. If a man's telling you turn this down, turn that down, that ain't the man for you. Because who you are is who you are. People, that's the problem too. We're in a time where it's microwave. Nobody's really wanting to get to know someone like, okay, this is what Foxy's colors are. This is her least favorite colors. This is what she loves. This is what she dislikes. You see what I'm saying? Nobody's getting to know people. So people ain't even taking time to get to know people's personalities and characteristics. So why would I
Right.
tell you to change and compromise who you truly are for my personal gain? You know how many times I used to do that and be disappointed? And when I reach a certain, where I'm at now, I said, yo, I'm not going to stop being Maybach. It's either you with the program or you're not. You know what I mean? It's either you love me or you don't. It's okay. You know what I mean?
Right.
So correct. I ain't gonna compromise. I did that too
Somebody,
many times.
not somebody. There's like memes that go around that say don't date any New York women, or
Mm-hmm.
they're always like trashing New York women, and
Women in
just like,
Boston
oh,
get
they're
it
too
twisted.
masculine, or they're always tough, and this, that, and the third. And I'm like, you have to understand, it's not that women in New York City, like my mom's old school, New York City,
Correct.
and she knows how to, well, she, her and my father, it was always like masculine in my house because my mom doesn't play that shit. But in New York
I love it.
City,
I love it.
it's a different kind of beast here, right?
There you
Because
go. Correct.
it,
Correct.
it's like almost predatorial. You're on
Correct.
survival mode every day in New York City.
Oh yes.
In New
Especially
York
if you
City,
around
not
Manhattan.
upstate, maybe in Buffalo, huh?
I said, especially when you're around Manhattan, the like heavily populated areas, you know what I mean? Where there's a lot of
Yeah.
traffic. Yep. Yep.
And so there's even a ticket. They're even now going to issue ticket. I think it's been like this for a long time, but they want to resurface this ticket of giving men tickets for catcalling, because a couple of weeks ago, two 19-year-olds were assaulted. One was bludgeoned or stabbed to her demise.
Wow. That's
because
crazy.
the guy couldn't take the
They
rejection.
ignored him? Yeah, they okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's
He kept
corny. That's a
asking
weak guy.
to put, we put me in your Instagram, or and it was give me your number. So one sister, they were twin sisters, one survived and one didn't.
Oh, that's
And
crazy.
because she was defending her sister, because he was like, oh, and so it becomes aggressive. So women in New York City, especially young women, it's like we have to be tough, because we have douchebags like that who keep asserting themselves. We have predators that keep so for the longest, New York City women, young girls, especially 80s and 90s, like that was a whole nother beast. It's kind of becoming like that again. And that's why you have this insurgent of, these girls is too masculine. Now some of them may be a little rough around the edges. I'll admit to that.
Correct.
But for the most part, it's because it's survival of the fittest. And I think any major city or urban city is like that. if I'm not mistaken.
was
But a
gonna
lot
say
of
that.
New York
I
City
was
gets a
gonna say
bad rap.
correct. I was about to say that because I feel like it's the Northeast, like, so it's all of us. I don't know about Maine, but as far as Mass, New York,
Buffalo,
Jersey,
Syracuse,
Philly,
Jersey, Newark.
yeah,
Yep.
all these
Baltimore.
areas, yeah. See, to me, it takes a special. When I mean special, not special, but it takes a certain type of guy to be able to deal with women from up north. You see what I'm saying? Like that has that, hard exterior, whatever you want to call it, whatever, like how you said, because of the way they was coming up, the areas that they lived at, like how you said, you being hollered at all day. That's what I had to learn. Because every time we went out there, we was in Manhattan.
Yeah.
We was around, we was around,
Like
we was in
I
Harlem.
never wore tight clothing. I always wore baggy clothes because I was, I didn't want I didn't want these men to talk to me, especially when young girls start to develop. Now, thank goodness I could hide behind big baggy clothes, but there's young ladies that can't. They even if they're wearing the baggiest, they still fitting through them. And then you got these grown ass men over here looking at them, hollering, "Sweetheart,
Correct.
Good morning, miss.
Correct.
Good morning. How you doing?" Shut the fuck up. Don't talk to me. Don't look my way. Just keep moving. Because I know their good mornings and their good afternoons and how's your day is not really you genuinely want to know how I'm doing. You really just trying to talk. And no.
My homie had to teach me that. Because like I said, the areas where we be at, I'd be around like, 140th, 125th, St. Nick, all these areas. And he's like, yo, Maybach, it's not that these chicks got attitudes. Bro, they started their day way at the top, being hollered. By the time you're trying to talk to them, 1,000 men already done tried to. Once he broke it down like that, in that perspective, I overstood New York women now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's not that we're cold and callous. It's just you got, and it'd be the ugliest of uglies. I'd be like, "Good morning. How you doing, sweetheart? How you doing, Slim? Hi, light skin. Good day.
Yeah.
Where you going?
Yeah.
What you eating?" But like, no. Shut up.
Yo, to me, like how you say,
and then if you do respond and you're like, "Good morning, sir." Oh, can you slow down for like it? And it becomes this whole no, like you don't even know if you should be nice because you genuinely just want to say hello.
Correct, and keep it moving. Correct. Yeah.
Right. And don't dare make eye contact. Oh my God. Don't dare make eye contact.
That's why I said I love y'all city, but I just like going and coming back. I can't be out there too long, man. And I'm a guy. I'm just saying, like, it's just too much. Being on the train, it's a cluster F. Being on the train, you're shoulder to shoulder, you're smelling people's breath. I'm like, yo, Boston's already bad, but New York, it's just clutter everywhere. It's just, oh man, I don't know how y'all. Hey, I salute y'all, man. That's where y'all was born. You got no choice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm used to it, but I don't like it. But by no means. Alta says, there's plenty of times I just say hello. Right. I mean, listen, there's, but you can tell who's like genuinely saying hello, good morning, to how you doing, what's good, how you, like, listen.
Yeah, but for me, like for you to get a rejection and you do what you did. To me, that you really mentally tapped.
Talking to me?
Yeah, you mentally tapped. If you attack a woman, you mentally not there to just because she don't want to holler at you. It is what it is. Keep it moving. Find one that will give you the time. That's all to it. That's why I don't get with these guys. It's like, bro.
Yeah, but you're not getting. You're not gonna get that type of attention by you with the "Good morning, sweetheart." No, you can say ma'am, you can say miss. Why are you calling me sweetheart? Yeah, good morning, ma'am. That's it. You might get my attention. Now you've made some kind of respect there. But what you like, oh hey, light skin, good morning, how you doing, sweetheart?
Correct.
We're not talking. I don't. Nor am I stopping if you're driving by and you're like. No, because my mother taught me don't talk to strangers in the cars.
Correct.
But
Might
yeah,
get, might get
it's
it.
that's why. It's not because they're cold or they're mean and they want to be mean. Some, like I said, there are some that are like that, but for the most part, women in New York City, young women, young ladies, are on survival mode because we
Correct.
don't know. Listen, in the 90s, I used to walk around with those the razors that you click up, the box
Yeah, you
cutters.
said that. Yeah, you said that. Yeah, I remember you
Because
saying
man,
that.
it doesn't change. It never changed. It's like they had sons. The men that passed on, they got sons now that do the same thing. Some of them are
Correct.
standing in front of the stoop. Now you got to fight through the crowd of 5 dudes. You got to put your head down because, I mean, come on, I shouldn't have to feel like that in my building. Are you shitting
Yeah,
me?
correct. Oh yeah, that's another thing too. Y'all hallways. Oh my goodness. It's like a congregation in the building. Like, take it
Mm-hmm.
outside, man. It's the same thing with the what y'all call it, the courtyards or whatever y'all call it. Like entering the building, there's people outside. Inside the hallways, there's people
That's
outside.
really the
They
PJs though. The PJ, the private, like
yeah,
the smaller buildings, like the 5-story walk-ups, they don't really have that many people outside like
okay.
that. But the PJs be having the congregation. I'll be like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
listen. I went to 2 of the worst PJs,
Uh-huh.
actually one of the worst in the Bronx, and I was like, I'm never doing that again. I mean, I was no, I'm lying. I went a couple of times to see my girlfriend, and then I went to meet this dude, and then I went another time, so about 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, yeah.
But I'm like, nah, because you gotta fight, not fight, but there's big groups of people, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
just a bunch of people.
I'm
Yeah,
by
you gotta
myself.
walk through. Yeah, you gotta
I don't
walk
know what's
through
going
everything.
on. Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's our little spiel. Pink Sugar's here. I saw her in the chat, and my beauty queen stopped by. Ulta says I give a smile and a compliment even through rejection. All of a sudden she ugly because she don't want to talk. Yeah, like,
Makes no
but
sense.
half the time the guys, like, I don't never see look. So I mean, I'm not a very I'm not a shallow person, but I do like some quality, like Kobe. I would say a Kobe type guy for me. I've never had that.
Yeah,
It's always like a Shaquille.
yeah.
How you doing, miss?
Yeah, yeah. That's
Lips
the
be
whole
all
thing.
burnt
Like
out. How you doing?
you're
Like, can a Kobe come up to me? Can a Tupac be like, "Good morning, miss"? I'll be like, oh,
like you said, right? Why
what?
don't you stand out? Why don't you do the opposite what the others are doing? Then maybe you might
Yeah,
get a little combo real quick. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you're saying something I ain't never heard before. That's the way I was
right.
raised. If you want to be noticed, stand out. Do the opposite what everyone else is doing.
That's
You know,
right.
that's the
That's
way I was
right.
taught. But yeah, but to me,
Oh, and guess
the
what?
funny
Even
thing,
if he looks good or
uh,
she looks good, looks fade. If you don't got it up here,
correct,
it's
correct,
not gonna go. So
correct.
no, I don't want to. Like I said, I don't want to sound shallow or discriminative.
No, that's a fact, though. It's a fact.
But yeah, your mind is always hopefully your mind will be sharp as a tack. We had an elder up here earlier, my master teacher, who would be 71. Mind is sharp as a tack.
Hmm.
Her mother was 91 when she passed away, sharp as a tack.
Yeah,
She didn't have, thank goodness she didn't suffer from dementia, but she knew
yeah,
everything, everyone. She knew who you were in that hospital room.
yeah, yeah.
She knew she wanted her soda, listen, sharp as a tack. So I don't want to sit here and be shallow and be like, oh, Kobe and
Nah,
Tupac, but those
listen,
are
you're
my
not
little
because
licks that I love.
even in my teenage years, in me doing knuckleheaded stuff, I was always attracted to the females who like I told you, mental stimulation
Mm-hmm.
over physical. And it's not to say, I want again, I'm not trying to sound shallow, but yeah, of course I want you to be I want to be able to stare at you and look at you, but it's the
Yeah, I mean,
mental
you got to be
stimulation.
light on the eyes, man. Like,
Yeah. Correct. Because I know some pretty girls that have no personality, you know, dumb as
right.
a doorknob. You know what I mean? So
Exactly.
yeah, looks ain't
It's
everything.
all
Correct.
beauty
Well,
and no brain.
correct.
But yeah, we just chopping up. Got my brother Maybach up here. We had my master teacher, my mom up here earlier. We were talking about the eclipse. I think now we're getting some cloud stuff to see. They playing games over here now. But you know, I mean, it's a great time. We're also in a Mercury retrograde, so you know the redos, the redo overs. You may not want to re-text your ex,
No
but
doubling
it's
back?
a time
No
to
doubling
shed
back?
some. Hmm?
No doubling back?
No, no doubling back, man. Just wait till next month and see how it all
She
goes.
said no doubling. No U-turns?
No,
Straightforward?
no U-turn. Because you'll get stuck on the highway and then your gas will go out and you'll be like, damn, I knew I shouldn't have went to go see her. I knew it,
Got
but you went
you. Got
anyway.
you.
Now you're stuck on the highway,
Got you.
right? So it's just a lot of stuff that's going on. You know, Friday we had an earthquake in New York. Well, pretty much the tri-state areas, New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, some parts in Boston, Massachusetts, like Maybach said. The week before that, we had or 2 weeks before that, we had that ship that hit the, not to say that that's all part of it, but what's crazy is that I had like one of those premonition dreams about something grand and big. And 2 days later, something grand and big shows up on the news. So I'm like, you know, I could be reaching. I don't like to reach too much. But there's some stuff that's going on supernaturally, spiritually, and for all the pegs that can't fit, that's what's supernatural. That's what's spiritual, and you can't see it. You can't rhyme and reason it. Some people need to have like you were saying earlier, Maybach, you know, a debate. You can't debate something that you can't see, and if you don't believe it, then just say I don't believe it.
Correct.
You know, but for the most part, I'd say some of this stuff is supernatural. It's no coincidence that the city that they recorded this earthquake that was a 4.8 was in Lebanon, New Jersey. I mean, isn't that biblical names? Like, isn't that a biblical town?
Yo, did you even know?
Brother Alter said that was an old. It's one of the oldest towns over there. That according now, if you want to say that the Americas are the grandmother of civilization, you know, that's debatable too. You got people like, oh no, everybody came out of Africa, and I'm like, I thought so too once upon a time. Until I got hit to two brothers sitting outside in front of my Stop and Shop grocery store and said, you keep going with that narrative if you want to. I was like, wow, do tell. I mean, these was just dudes off the street. We were just kicking, and I was like, really? And they made me think so I could draw my own conclusion. And then I went down the rabbit hole, and then I started hearing and listening to like Brother Asir and bringing receipts showing like, yo, this here is the biblical land. I was like, ooh,
yeah.
Gotcha.
Yo, the statue got hit too. The statue got electrocuted.
Right.
By lightning. I said electrocuted.
Right.
Yeah, lightning.
A couple of was it last week?
Yeah, the same day with the earthquakes. The same day.
Was it? No, because we had rain. It was pouring like that Wednesday and Thursday, I think. The earthquake was Friday.
Yeah, because
Wednesday.
Yeah, because MREC had a live about the earthquakes, and a lady called in and was like, "Oh, did you know it's on the news that the thing got hit with lightning? The Statue of Liberty got hit with lightning." He was like, "For real?" And he ended up because he had used a thumbnail that showed the arm was like cracked. Yeah,
right.
And the lady, yeah. So when he looked into it, it did get hit by lightning. I thought it was the same day. You could be right. I could be wrong. Who knows? But yeah.
Only because I traveled in the rain. That's how I remember. And Friday it didn't rain. Friday it was sunny out.
Yeah.
So it might have been the day before or that Wednesday because I was in the rain. I was in the rain and it was coming down. So I think it was like maybe 2 days before. But nonetheless, the fact that it hit that, then you get the earthquake right after that. Now you got the eclipse.
Correct.
I mean,
people are pissing me off, man. They making my sky cloudy already, man. I'm pissed. I just hope I can see something later on. Damn it. Foxy, put a phone call to your people. Tell them to stop.
Hey God, hey God, are you listening? It's me again, your number one. No, I don't know. You know that they're gonna try to do that specifically for, the melanated children of the world, the sun children,
Yeah.
the true
I mean,
children of the earth.
I seen stuff on it, but I didn't think that. I thought I woke up today. I'm like, let me go to the store. Let me get these cupcakes. I'm like, wow, it's sunny. Oh yes, it's gonna be great. The view. And then as I'm coming back, I'm like, oh, Foxy's show. Right at 11. What was it? It was like 11:33. I remembered about your show on the way back, and something told me to look up after I finished looking at the clock. The time I looked up. I'm like, oh, they already working out there, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I seen jets, going back and forth. I'm like, oh,
of course, because they don't want the children of the sun to shine. And as I read earlier, the eclipses, according to the mythos, if you want to go down that rabbit hole, this is interdimensional beings and a portal that's bringing interdimensional communication through. It's going around that, CERN wants to, they're trying to stir that up again and all that good stuff. And, yes, they're going to bring out the rabbit, the master tricks, the rabbit out the hat, because they're capitalizing on it too. And what's crazy is that they know how to do all this stuff. They have the technology, they have the blueprints. All we got is just our intuition. And some people say don't. It's like, don't run. Listen, if it's your day to check out, then it's your day. If you're a real G and you listen, like my dad, shout out to him. This is his anniversary month. He went to go eat. He went to go sit at his little bar, spoke with his people, and checked out.
Yeah.
He went to do his thing and hang out. And God called him back, like, no, we need you on this side. Listen, we can only wish that ever happens. How many times do you hear that story? You know what I'm saying? Like Pac said, a real G knows to choose their time. A coward, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're going to check out. He didn't check out. He was like, I'm chilling. I'm going to the bar. I'm going to go chill. He saw his peoples and all this stuff. He caught a heart attack. So if they telling us don't go outside, the rays and the eclipse, listen, if it's your time, it's your time. I'm going to go outside. I want to see what's going on. I might not see this again. I might not be blessed the next 20 years to come back outside and see this.
Correct. Like how your mom said, that's the truth. The next time it's coming around is 20 years from now, they said. You know what I mean? The next time this is supposed to happen again. So,
yeah, like we're going to be in our 70s, God willing. I mean, you really gonna try to step outside?
No, we'll be in our 60s. We'll be in our 60s.
Oh, yeah, because I failed math. I got left back in the 3rd grade for math. So.
Yeah, I wanted to tell your mom too when she said she wasn't that great in it.
She said she wasn't great in math either. Obviously, you see where I get it from.
Correct. Yeah. But the things that I sucked in it too. But what was I good at? Biology, science, things that I didn't, history, things I didn't.
Sure, you were good in biology, Maybach. I'm sure. Libras in the house. We know how Libras get down. Libras, Scorpios, Aquarius.
Yep. And that's funny that she says she's a Virgo. Yo, no lie. Majority of the women that I've dealt with is that sign. Is Virgos.
It's Virgo.
Majority of them. Yeah. Yes. And the most of my friends is Libra. No, go ahead. No, most of my friends are just Libras. So I'm around a lot of Virgos and Libras.
Okay, so they help you with your artistic ways. Ooh, brother, Panero's in the building. Salute, brother Panero. So real quickly, we're in the sign of Aries. This is Aries' attributes, their positive traits, they're passionate, they're sensual, spontaneous, insatiable lovers.
Yeah. No,
Their
it's a
negative
fact.
traits. Okay, Maybach. Okay.
No, I don't mean it that way. Nah, it's funny because my son's a Virgo, my daughter's an Aries, but she shows me more affection and love. I mean, they say a daughter's first love is her father. You know what I'm saying? But she's more affectionate.
Sure.
That's how I meant it. I listen. I've never dealt with.
Well, we're talking sexual right now, Maybach. So anyway.
Oh no, I
they're
never had an Aries. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Me neither.
I never had
but there's another book that I read about them. They are sadistic. Yes, they are sadistic lovers on top of that. So
sadistic, huh?
Sadistic.
Is that your word or that's what you're reading? Oh, okay.
That's what I'm reading. I just told you I didn't have I'd never had
how you are with your words. You know how you are with your words sometimes, but go ahead.
Selfish, sadistic, impatient lovers, they're kinky and master slave inclinations. So if you ever wanted to relive Kunta Kinte and Toby, go get yourself an Aries.
Yo, stop it, Foxy. Stop. You got my stomach right now.
I mean, because what? Master slave, I wish I would want what? So that's a little bit about Aries. We're in a Mercury retrograde in Aries. The moon is in Aries.
Read what Pink Sugar. Read what Pink Sugar in the chat.
I can see that, yo. Cause she's like this mean, sweet, like she's like a sour patch kid. First they're sweet, then they're sour. That's Pink. Share the show. Thank you. Brother Panera, if you want to come up, I'll drop the link.
Yo, salute my UK brother. Salute our UK brother.
Ultra, don't try to act all innocent, Ultra, all right? Because you may got a newfound freedom in life, but we know Scorpios don't change their little shells. You know, we know.
Our UK brother.
UK brother. I'm trying to take a nap during the eclipse, maybe outside. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna be taking a nap because this energy is charged right now. I
don't think you're gonna be taking a nap.
I am wired. No Pink is trying to take a nap.
No nap time.
No nap time. I was napping during that damn earthquake. My son came in here. He's like, "Mom," I'm like, "What?" Then my uncle calls me. They like, "You all right?" I'm like, "What happened?" I'm banging upstairs like it's the fucking neighbors. She's stomping around again. Little did I know it's a damn earthquake.
Oh, you didn't feel nothing? You didn't feel it?
I was knocked out. I was taking my morning nap.
I got you.
Taking my morning nap. Maybach, hold it down for a quick second. Let me just jump out for a second.
All right, cool. Yeah, peace and salute, man, to everybody who's tapped in on the live. Please like it. Share it if you can share it. You know what I'm saying? When the live is over, definitely leave a comment. You know what I'm saying? That helps the channel grow. You know what I mean? Peace and salute to everybody tapped in. I can't see the chat right now, but peace and salute to everyone who's tapped in right now on the live. Y'all could be anywhere in the world, but y'all here with us. So we appreciate every single one of y'all. Every single one of y'all, we appreciate. I had to even tap in. You know, my sis told me she was going live. She sent me a message saying, you know, God bless to my daughter. Happy born day to my daughter. I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna definitely tap in. So I had to tap in. If y'all don't know, Foxy had her moms on here earlier. The master teacher.
Salute.
That was a dope
master teacher.
Yeah, it was dope. So if y'all didn't catch that, please check the replay out. It was super dope, man. Super dope to have our moms on here.
Finally, out of how many years I've been up here doing this from 2001. So
Everything is
what the
timing.
time was,
Everything is
what the
timing.
timing was. There you go.
Exactly. Everything's timing. Everything's time. Oh, there will be a part 2 too. Let them know there will be a part 2. Should be a part 2. Should be a part 2, and hopefully there is.
He said he's here. It should be. Yeah, we gotta. But you know how I do. I come on these lives whenever the freaking wind blows me.
And that's why I said they
all
should
week
be.
long.
I switched it. Yeah. That's why I switched my words.
Yeah. All week long. All week. Monday was what, the 3rd? Anyway, I was.
Hold on, let me mute up
I
real
went
quick.
All right.
I'm still here. I'm just muting up. I don't want the noise to bleed into the show.
Went back in some mourning because that was the week that me and my dad went to go. He needed me to go with him to help him with the bills and stuff, and we went out to go eat. And that shit hit me like a ton of bricks, because that was the last time I got to hang out with him. Though we talk every day, but like to go out, to physically go out and have lunch with him, I was done for. That's why I just stayed in. I was in bed. Why is this door? But anyway, hold on a second. Let me close this door. So it was just, reflecting and things of that nature. It's the year that my daddy passed, so I'm getting better. So I don't really do the lives, but yeah, we're gonna get the master teacher to come back up here and chop it up with us. Your son was the 4 passes. All these Aries, my goodness. Woo, Alta, you was chock full of Aries. So when we're talking about these signs, like, my mom had mentioned that she was more with astrology than doing numerology. I incorporated and these people, the powers that shouldn't be, they do the same thing. They incorporate the days, they incorporate the energy, they incorporate the months. They know when these solar flares are happening, eclipses, full moons, new moons. Today's the 8th. It's the universal year 8, 2024. So people use a lot of not some, the ones that know how to use this know how to use numerology and astronomy. They use it to their benefit. Ronald Reagan's wife used to consult with an astrologer, and the horoscopes and all that stuff. Catherine Medici in the 1500s used to have Nostradamus, if you subscribe to his works and stuff, on deck. Nostradamus was her personal astrologer. So these people have been using what's already, what we say is a God-given. They use it, and so it's not witchcraft, it's not spooky, it's not scary, it's not evil, it's not even pseudo. Just because it's not the exact science, because some people who gain knowledge now think, the exact science of. No, but when you know how to use angles and degrees, that's where you can probably get an exact science. But for the most part, it's a little bit of guesstimating mixed with a little bit of hypotheses, doing the scientific method. And so this stuff has been around for ages, eons. And so when somebody says, oh, you're using cards, that's evil. How? Aren't you using Siri, Alexa? and that evil too? I mean, let's be for real with something. So I just like to use this information because it's good to know. It's a good science, if you will. Should I go out on this date? Should I, write that letter? Should I text that person? Or should I just reflect and hold the energy that I was going to emit out to people or to things, and hold this to myself and create whatever it is that I wanted to do with somebody for myself. So Mercury retrogrades are good that way because they revolve around communication. And when it's in retro, it's acting up, for better lack of words. There's issues with your phones. There's issues with technology. There's issues with the computers, laptops, etc. Thank goodness we didn't have any problems. Actually, I really don't have any problems during Mercury retrograde. I don't even really pay too much mind to it. I think it's mind over matter with certain things. You don't mind, it don't matter. So
bars.
So if you feed into it, that this is how you're going to. So yeah, so in certain aspects you should feed into it if you want some results to come back. But in others, if you don't want that shit around you, don't feed into it. Don't subscribe to it. Don't watch it. Don't listen to it. Don't be around it.
All right.
We got Mars that connects. Okay, so Mars is connecting. It's in conjunct. See, and that's where I lose it. Don't start giving me conjunct and trine and trine, and just tell me it's crossing over. Just tell me it's in the peripheral. Just tell me it's in the whatever. Don't tell me conjunct. I don't know what that means. Just tell me if I should do it or not. Damn it. And I have to think about it because I got a lot of fire energy and fixed energy. So I'm gonna think before I act. It's gonna take a long time. Like, damn, you still not? Yeah, I'm still not. What is this ultra says? Yeah, man. Pronoia? What is this big word, ultra?
Word.
Yeah, like, don't give me that. Don't tell me it's in conjunct with. Just tell me, is Mars lining up with Neptune? And how does that affect us? Because when you do your natal chart, when you do their natal chart, they'll tell you, oh, but your Pluto's in conjunct with your Saturn, and therefore this is why you're such a fuck up in life. And I'm like, huh? What? How'd you figure that one out? Who's good with that ultra? What's his name? Cosmo, brother Raku. He's dope with that. I did like a 5-minute little reading with him, and he was like, you were neglected a lot in life when you was a little kid, and it probably was by your father or your mother. And I was like, no, he said your mother, and I was like, damn. And I'm always saying that too. I'm like, my mother. Like, she loves me to death, but she's like, okay. That's why I said my grandmother, her mother, and my father, they were like my buffers. Like, they shot. My mother gave me tough love. She was like, figure that shit out on your own. I was like, ouch. Yeah, my mom's was like opposite of paranoid. I gotta look this up now because you smart. I just got a high school diploma, that's all. I failed the 3rd grade. I mean, come on. I don't know all those big words. All right, I guess we gonna yeah, my kids got to me. Really nice. Yeah, Raku he's really the truth. He's really the truth. Like, he does that numerology. I mean, he does it all. The planets alignment. He's I would say astronomer. Old school cat from New York. But he's down in Georgia now. Everybody flees down to Atlanta. I'm like, I can't be bothered with Atlanta.
No,
It
but
has a.
like you said earlier, right? Like you said
Mhm.
earlier, they do use a lot of numbers though. I've been doing a lot of reading on a lot of things is aligned with numbers.
Mhm.
You know? When you was talking about the gematria part earlier,
Yeah.
yeah, like how you said you use your numbers off of your date of birth, you know what I mean? And stuff like that. They do use a lot of numbers. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about they.
Yeah. 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 We know who they are,
Yeah.
or do we? Yeah. Code word for the powers that shouldn't be.
Yo, I want you to know that thanks for saying that word so much that I've been saying it. And
I
people
got
want to
that
give
from
me,
Vicky Dillard.
oh, oh, wow. Oh, yeah, that's right. I haven't seen her on YouTube. I don't know what happened. I know
Well,
I
she
follow.
gets shadow banned a lot.
Yeah.
But
Correct.
yeah, she's on. I think she's under her own name now.
Okay. Oh, she's not
But
with
yeah, I thought that was the funniest thing. I was like,
yeah,
cute. I like
powers
that.
that, yeah, fit it. I thought, either which way, thanks for bringing it to me because I've been saying it and people like they like, yo, Maybach, I'm using your words. Power, the people that
The
shouldn't have,
powers that
powers that
shouldn't be.
shouldn't be. Correct. I'm
Mhm.
like, listen, I'm like, man, as much as I might want to take credit for that, I'm like, I got that from someone else.
Likewise,
You
that
know?
is not my word. But
No, but
it
it's
makes
dope.
sense because they
Correct.
shouldn't be in power.
Correct.
They should not be in power, but they are there, and they're operating on a different spectrum.
Correct. Yo, let me ask you one thing, right? They
Hmm.
said that supposedly it's not gonna be the moon that's gonna cover the sun. They said it's gonna be it's supposed to be Nubaru. I don't know. That's
Nibiru.
what I yeah, they said it's gonna
Panero
be
might know
Nubaru.
this. Panero, get your butt up here. Panero
Yeah,
knows
they
about
said
that stuff. I don't know about that
yeah. They said it's supposed to be
because if that's the case, then that's not the moon anyway, right?
yeah,
I
because
can't get
the
into
video I
that.
watched the video I watched this morning, the guy was
Hmm.
like, listen, he was like, this doesn't make no sense. He said they told us the moon, no, the sun
Hmm.
is this miles and miles away. Then they told us the moon
Right.
is this miles and miles away. So he said when, you know, the the four-letter company or entity,
Hmm.
he said when
Yeah.
they're gonna shoot these three things, how is that supposed to reach that when it's supposed to be so far away? He's like, how's that supposed to work? Make that make sense. And I was like, wow, I never even thought about that. That is true. They told us it's so far away. How's what they sending supposed to reach it? You know what I mean? So it's like, yo, I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to think. I'm just like, hey, whatever goes down, just goes down. Just be prepared. You know, like they said, be prepared so you don't have to get ready. You know what I mean?
Right.
Be ready. You know what I mean? Just be ready. You know, because they said certain cities, they called in the National Guards. They call in, a state. They already had a state of emergency since like a week ago. So we don't know what's gonna happen. You know, so I don't know.
Well, we've had the National Guard already here because of the
Hmm.
amount of violence in the trains that we've. It's not
Oh
funny.
yeah, that guy. Yeah, I saw that infamous video about the guy,
Hmm.
that was fighting on the train, and what happened to him
So
after. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, and that was like I mean, there was that other one, the Penny guy who snuffed out the homeless guy, and he
Oh yeah.
I
Yep.
do
Yep.
right.
Yep. So
So
they called him in ever since then? That's crazy.
no, they just called in since this last incident, but there's been a lot
Okay.
of
Okay.
people being thrown off on the tracks or falling on the tracks or just violence on the trains. And so yeah, certain stops, especially down in Times Square, but even in
Hmm.
certain hood stops, there's more police presence and the National Guard. Now they're checking the bags again. So and
Oh,
some people.
I heard about that. That
Mhm.
if you deny, you're not going to be you're not going to be able to get on the train. I heard if you don't
Yeah,
if you don't comply to be your bag searched. So they
right.
already doing that? I didn't even know that. I thought that was trying to be they're trying to make it a policy. I thought.
Um, Well, legally, I don't think legally they can do that, but you know, yeah, they're making up their policies as they go along. However, see, here's the thing. Now we're gonna segue into politics. Hold on, let me see the sun real quick though. Hold on.
Yeah.
Because oh, okay, there's clouds out, but the sun is out. Okay, because I started seeing
it's
like
still out too. It's still out on my end too. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. It's still out. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, and you know, New York State, rather, between New York State and California, they are the mother and father of in Washington D.C. of, you know, when they enforce stuff, they roll it out with Cali and New York.
Correct.
And I get pushed back for saying this, but I don't mind saying it. And even though, and somebody, you know, was saying, well, the same mayor is being indicted or is up, you know, questioned for his
campaign.
And yeah, not campaign, his legal whatevers. So when stop and frisk was about in New York City,
yeah,
you know, and it's a tale of two cities, and it isn't the greatest thing, but I lived in all of those decades. I lived through the 80s and the 90s, and in the 80s I was a child, but I was still outside. And then in the 90s I was a teenager, and that's pretty much when stop and frisk came about. It is unfortunate that it was targeted towards Black men and Hispanic men. But it's the same very ones that are doing the crimes. So if you, case in point, you go to 77th Street and Park Avenue, the majority of those people, plus that whole section, is policed by the people who pay the bills over there, you know, for better lack of words, white people. But there isn't this crime that is the way it is in the Bronx, Brooklyn, and just even up the block in Harlem. So while it's not fair that stop and frisk happened, but I kind of choke on saying I wouldn't mind it coming back.
Yeah.
Because I have 2 daughters that have to travel on the train every day. And it's really not some bumpy white guy, although there was that Bernard Getz that did that back in the 80s, but that's far and few.
Correct.
And it really be your own that will do you in.
That's a fact.
It really be your own. These guys are not going to 95th Street and First or 95th and 5th Avenue doing crime.
Correct.
They're not doing that on 33rd. You know what I'm saying? Like. Yeah. So for some people to be like, no, you know, Giuliani, da da da. I couldn't stand Giuliani, but he cleaned up the streets in some ways. And it more so became a cop land, and then you had more cop killings, you know, killing towards minorities. And that's where the line gets blurred, because it's like, you know, no, we don't want that back because we're giving away to the cops. But I'm like, I bet you dollars to donuts, if you was in a stick up, or you was in a situation where your life is on the line, I'm sure you're gonna be calling out for some cops.
For real, as much as they don't want them, but yeah.
I mean, and just like not every person is a bad person. Not all cops are bad cops.
Correct.
You're getting infiltrated, and what you're seeing, you know, and I want to say the younger cops maybe not as bad as the older ones, because the older ones know how to play the game. They've been around long enough to, you know, try to get away with some shit. but they're just doing their job too. And yes, we know the history about cops and, you know, them being the overseers. We know all that stuff. But if your house is getting robbed and you don't have a shotgun and you don't have you got an alarm that sets off to the alarm company and to the police department, who's showing up at your house when it gets robbed?
Correct.
So please miss me with the, I mean, you know, God forbid, like none of my family members have ever succumbed to the hands of a police officer. Um, but they have been involved with some police stuff on the other side, Rikers Island, and things of that nature. Okay. You're still gonna call out for help. You feel a little safer because you see them standing outside on the train station than not, and it's 12 o'clock midnight, and it's Leary on the platform, and you're like, damn, there's not too many people around. So we don't want to say all cops. We really don't.
All right.
And if you had a situation where you were in an altercation with the cop, you know, my bad, you know, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully, you know, it didn't turn out fatal. But for the most part, they're here to, what do you call it, Maybach? Enforce? Is it enforce the law?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
So when you do something that's opposite, that's unlawful, and we need to know what the laws are as well. But if we do something that's unlawful and then we resist, isn't that call for action then?
Correct. See how you talking is what I be telling the youth when I do the mentoring. Hey, any interaction you have with a police officer, man or woman, pull out your phone and just record. You know what I mean? That's your right. And they supposed to have body cameras on as well too when they interacting or engage you. See what you just said earlier, and I can respect how you put it in your perspective, and that's all I can do is respect it because I fell victim to the stop and frisk. You know what I'm saying? Where they rolled,
talk about
where
it.
they rolled up.
Because I'm speaking from a place that I'm not a man. I'm not a Black or Hispanic man.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And, you know, I haven't had those encounters. So please speak on it.
Yeah. So it was in the 90s, like how you said. It was part of the, you know, I guess the Biden rollout and what he sponsored around the 90s, especially when Clinton was president, you know, with the stop and frisk and stuff like that. And as you said earlier, it did cause, it was done by design, of course. We all should know that by now. It did cause a mass incarceration. And like how you said, it was Black men and Latin men or women or whatever. But majority was men. So yeah, I fell victim where we it might be four of us walking down the street, minding our own business. And this is back in the 90s where people was outside. It could be four white boys walking on the other side of the road. And they would just pull up on us and saying, yeah, we look suspicious, start digging in our pockets. If you had something, of course, you was getting the cuffs put on you. You know what I'm saying? So, but again, once I learned, you know, by going on a forced vacation, meaning going up north and being enlightened by the elders, like, hey, listen, you need to know what your rights is. Because like how you said, the police is there to enforce, but they're not there or put there to, to basically violate your constitutional rights as a citizen. That's something that we all have. And that's the disconnect that we have right now, where a lot of police officers, like I watch a lot of audit videos on YouTube where they show you can go into public buildings, state buildings, and record. And the whole reason for the audit, it's a First Amendment. And they always tell the officers, hey, I'm here to exercise my First Amendment right. I can record in this building, and they break down the law. They read in they read in like what you call it? I forgot what's it called? Like not penals. Is it penal codes? Like penal codes or whatever to like each state. Like, okay, Massachusetts, it's not a ID state. Now, if you're driving and you're behind the wheel and they pull you over for a violation, yes, you have to give up your ID. But as a passenger, you don't. If I'm just walking down the street and the cops roll up on me, they in our state they said you have to have committed a crime, be suspected of about to commit a crime. You see what I'm saying? To give up your ID or your identification on who you are. A lot of states is like that. It's not ID states. So what they do is they build YouTube channels to show you some of that. Like one of them is the Resistance. He's actually from Philly, but live in Massachusetts. He goes inside state buildings, show people what you can do
Oh,
as
see, I was going to
what
ask you that, because if it's a private
uh-huh.
versus a state or a city, those
Mhm.
that guideline could get a little misconstrued, because a
Correct.
private office or private building could say, no, you
Correct.
can't record here.
Correct. But like that's why I said they enlighten people. So let me give you an example.
Mm-hmm.
We all know when you're going into a court, you can't have a camera, right? So what they do is they'll go to a DMV. Even though there's signs inside the DMV saying that you can't record, you still can record because constitutional rights trumps policies. You see what I'm saying? And so what they do is, so when they go in there and the police is called, they stay there to enlighten the police. They get the supervisor that's on shift to come, a sergeant to come, and they be like, Sarge, please enlighten your officers. They swore to take an oath to protect every citizen of their constitutional rights. So they break everything down. They read, that's why I said they read the law for whatever state they're in. Yeah. So they show you what you can do. And this is another thing that I learned on these channels. So I can record you in public. You don't have to consent. You know what it's called? This is why they put cameras out in public everywhere. So they show you that, yeah, whatever your eyes can see, you can record. Now, if you're wearing a dress and I go underneath your dress, yes, I'm subject to be arrested. But I can, so if we're on a train, I can record everybody. I could put everybody's face on my camera. So they show you these things and people will call the police. They'll stay. They'll be like, ma'am, you have no privacy in public. This is why they put cameras on the traffic lights. This is why there's cameras over here. Okay, so it's like you going inside, let's just say you go inside a grocery store. There's going to be cameras outside and inside, right? But they cannot put a camera inside the bathroom. If you see what I'm saying, because that's your privacy. So what they do is they'll go inside a state building, they'll record, and what you're supposed to, the state workers are supposed to do, create the privacy, meaning like shut the door on you. But if the door's open, they walk like, listen, these 4 white dudes did it in Massachusetts. 3 of them came from Oakland and 1 was from Mass, and they all went to the state building downtown Boston. And they started at the 9th floor, worked their way all the way down to the 1st floor, went inside every office and was recording. When the police was called, yes, the police was actually informing the public workers they can record anything that that their cameras can pick up. What they can't do is pass this line. They can't take people's personal information and record stuff like that. But they can be in the office recording you guys. And this is what people don't understand. Police officers are public servants. That means they're there to work for us. If you're a taxpayer, then you're their boss. And they talk, some of them talk super nice to the officers, like how we're talking, proper grammar and all that. A lot of them disrespect the officers. The officers can't even arrest them because you've been trained to deal with certain situations. Just because I'm cursing at you doesn't mean you can arrest me. It's part of my First Amendment. I could call you a piece of trash.
Freedom
I can call you a
speech.
dude. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying freedom of speech.
There you go. So when they taught me that, I done even did the same thing. I said, I'm gonna go to that same building. I'm gonna pull my camera out and I'm gonna record them. Yeah.
Maybach?
Listen, I done did. Huh? Listen.
I said Maybach.
I done did all of that. But see, this is what I love, because if there was channels like that, they probably, well, in the 90s, if I was being given that information, then a lot of things that these cops did to me, I probably would have never caught a charge. Listen, like I said, me and 3 of my friends just walking down the street and they saying we look suspicious. How we look suspicious? It's kind of like the Trayvon thing. We got hoodies on. We didn't commit no damn crime. We minding our business, and you roll up on us, you know. And this is, you know, we carrying, you know, some of my friends got bud on them. They got arrested for the bud. Now look at the state that we living in right now. Now it's legal now. So my thing is like, but why is there still people in prisons that was locked up? Like Cat Williams' infamous joke where he said, yo, he was about to get 4 years for a blunt that he didn't even light. He just had it rolled up and they wanted to give him 4 years. It's like, yo, what are we doing here? You know? But
listen, I got the scare of my life because of that too. I was on the train platform. I had mentioned this before here. And this was in the 90s. This was like late 90s. And they had banished, you couldn't smoke on the train platform. You couldn't smoke at all. Nothing. No cigarettes, nothing. Yeah. So I'm on the platform? On the platform.
Yeah. Wow, that's crazy.
Now they blowing all kinds of whatevers, right?
Yeah.
So I had a Black and Mild cigar. And I'm on the outside platform at that, an elevated platform. I'm in the back, trying to be incognito, thinking I was about to light it up. Here comes Transit Authority police. I threw that damn thing so fast on the floor. He comes up to me and I was like, it's not a blunt. He was like, there's no smoking, period, ma'am. And I was like, I didn't know that. I'm not, mind you, I was like, I'm not from here. I don't know. I didn't know what the policy were. Because at the time I was living in Jersey. So I had a Jersey non-driver's ID.
Okay, gotcha.
But I'm from New York. I was going to see my grandmother.
Yeah.
So he was like, show me your ID. And I was like, sir, I said, it's not a blunt. He was like, well, there's no smoking. And I was like, well, I didn't know that. So I'm trying to, finagle us, argue a little bit. So I show him my ID. He gave me I think it was either $30 or $50 ticket. But if I kept pressing it, I'm sure I would have got locked up.
Yeah.
Or, detained for a little while. Maybe not locked up, but I would have been detained.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to push back, like, since when? And honestly, I didn't know that they couldn't, because it had just like started they just start implementing that you couldn't smoke on the platform. And so, at the time, this was 2000. This was 2000. This was 99 or 2000. I was like, damn it, I ain't pay that ticket. I was like, what? You just made up this shit. Like, I had to really go find out. Like, is this the thing? Like, you can't smoke, because at the time before that, you could smoke a cigarette.
I was about to say that. Even in hospitals, back in the like you said, same with me. We were 70s babies. Was little. We was what? Yeah, we was young in the 80s, but teenagers in the 90s. Yeah. So I'm from that same era where, listen, my homegirl showed me a picture of when she was born, how her mom's was laying in the hospital room, a pack of Newport on the desk next to her, and had a lit one. I was like, yo, I do remember that. They actually had in the waiting room. I didn't know you could smoke in the room. Yeah, in the waiting room they did. Then like how you said, I think somewhere in the 90s, they moved it to outside. Because like how you said, even in the train, like you said, if you was on the upper platform, you can burn a square, or like how you said, a cigar, Black and Mild, Golden Mild, whatever. But now you can't burn none of that. Even on the, you have to walk away
and remember from in the restaurants too, because we could smoke.
Yes,
we could smoke
there
in the
you
bar.
go. You could have a smoking section. Exactly.
95, 96, I think it was. You had to go out for 90. You have to go outside now. So it's 20 degrees out. I'm not smoking a freaking cigarette outside.
Yo, oh my God, you reminded me. The restaurant used to say, smoking or non-smoking. You're right. And I'm like, does it matter? Because we're still going to be in the building, smelling it. You know what I mean? So if you're sitting on the left, that was the smoking area, and then designated smoking area. And if you was on the right, that was the non-smoking. Yo, you right. Because Foxwoods was like that too. They even banned it at Foxwoods Casino. You can't burn inside at all. You got to go outside. Right. Yeah, you used to be able to walk from table to table, just lighting up the squares and this. Yeah, yo, times really did change. Oh my goodness. Yo,
Salute
you
to
ain't
the 212 show. That's Harlem in the building. Harlem's in the building.
salute, salute.
Right. Was that what was the point? Right. It's non-smoking and smoking. Remember, you could smoke in McDonald's. I remember the little ashtrays that they
Yeah. Yes, you're
Mhm.
right. Yeah,
The
all of
little
these places,
tinfoil
dog.
ashtrays. Yeah, everywhere, everywhere
Correct.
you can smoke.
Everywhere, dog. Yo, you damn, you bringing back the golden era, man. I missed that
That's the
era. Remember
golden
you?
era for us. But the golden era
Yeah.
also fucked up a lot
Uh-huh.
of people. That's where the damn three strikes and
Right.
all that stuff,
Oh yeah, that's right.
you
That's right.
know.
I forgot
And
about that
you
too.
know,
Yeah,
yeah, I mean that's 92 when Clinton came into office. And see,
correct,
a lot of
correct,
people, they don't understand that Jim Crow Joe is part of
mhm,
that. They're
correct.
like they think that he's all because he was under Obama. Obama
No,
and the Clintons, they all are under that same, and not to say that Trump is any better. Like, let's not get that all twisted.
correct, correct.
But when you're talking about staunch, get these black men and Puerto Ricans out of here, because
Off
everybody's
the
Puerto
street.
Rican. They don't acknowledge an Ecuadorian as an Ecuadorian now.
Correct,
But back in the 80s, everybody's Puerto Rican or Cuban.
correct, correct,
Thanks
correct,
to Scarface.
correct, correct.
So back in that time frame is when I'm talking about, is when Jim Crow Joe was part of that whole bill.
Correct. Yo, you don't
And
remember the saying they used to say about Clinton? Oh, he's the best black president we never
he was
had.
the first black president for real.
I'm like, man, and now that
Oh, it's
you
Brooklyn.
learn
Is that King? That's King Corey in the building. Salute,
now
salute.
and now that we know about the Clintons, how much of a piece of trash they are. Oh my goodness, man. I couldn't believe we were saying all of that about
But he was
Clinton.
the first black president. Smoking,
He
right?
was
Because he
playing,
was
remember
smoking.
playing the saxophone
He was playing
on Arsenio Hall
saxophone.
show? Yeah, playing the
You know,
saxophone. Yo, that's crazy.
us black people were ruined. We were like, yeah,
That, that
right?
piece
Bubba
of
was the
trash.
man. Bubba was the man.
Correct.
And so
You know that
Bubba
piece of trash? You know, he
his hand.
apologized for Haiti, what he did to Haiti. You know what they did? They poisoned the soil, right, of the rice farmers in Haiti. And he had an Arkansas company bringing in the rice. And now he apologized. I'm like, what's the apology? Won't you give them money, homie? Yeah, Bill Clinton apologized for poisoning the soil. The soil will not, they cannot grow nothing on the soil. No more rice, no nothing. They have to buy from out of the country, of course. And then he's
Oh,
like,
is
"Oh, I didn't
that
know
why?
that was."
Okay.
Yeah. So he just apologized like last year for that, and was like, "Oh, I didn't know." Like, bro, you're lying. You knew what was
There
gonna.
you
You
go.
knew what they was doing. Yeah, man. Of course they do.
Because
Of course.
they know that Haiti, Jamaica, Cuba, those are the real gold
Africa.
mines.
Correct.
They know that.
Correct. Been
They know that.
sucking iridium out of Haiti, man. Sucking it out of there. Piece of trash. And I fell
Somebody
for
had
that
made
lie
a
too.
comment about like why doesn't Haiti do the revolution again and uprising? I'm like,
Man,
sit
listen.
back and watch. You'll find out.
Exactly. Why you think they're doing what they're
Because
doing?
like Ultra said, niggas is so lost. Like you wouldn't even know what to do if you had a when was that revolution
Well,
in
Hades.
Haiti? Mm-hmm.
It started before 1804. They marked it down 1804, but it started like 1796,
17,
94,
right?
around there.
The 1700.
Yeah.
You
Listen,
you
two countries.
Negroes wouldn't even know what to do with a revolution.
Listen, two people that they really fear, and that's why they've been suppressing them and doing what they're doing, is Africa and Haiti. Those two places right there, they don't want these people to uprise. You talk about them. You didn't see what the real news is showing? The people in Gaza, how they got up together? Did you see that? The video of them? Oh man. Of course, MSNBC ain't playing that. They don't want you to see that. Yeah. They don't want you to see that. These people are against out here, and they against Israel. The Gaza people, they standing tall. I'm talking about 10 toes down, man. They standing
And
tall.
around almost the same time,
Mm-hmm.
the revolution happened also in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you got Queen Nanny, who was a Maroon.
Mm-hmm.
So the same family members that's in Haiti is in Jamaica.
Correct. Exactly.
And the same ones that did the uprise.
Yep. I was about to say that they was Jamaicans next to Haitians helping to fight.
It wasn't Jamaicans. They were all Africans.
Well, Africans, yeah, and we are the same. Yeah. Anyways,
but to clarify, it's not Jamaican. Correct. And it's not it was the Arawaks.
Correct.
They were the ones that was running side by side with these Maroons, these Africans that spun and did and spun the block, if you will, on them colonizers.
Correct. Correct.
But in Jamaica, because they got tricked into they got the trick bag. Because if you look, the politics. Not only did the government or the prime minister sell them up the river once again, but now you got the Chinese people, the Chinaman.
Yeah.
And they're trying to get up to where the Maroons were at. There's still a colony up there of the Maroons in Jamaica, in Blue Mountain. And they just got awarded, I guess, sanction. So they rule, they do their own thing. The government can't enforce, or nothing. So to the Maroons that are still holding it down. But all around those islands were the same folks. You just heard certain groups of people, but those revolutions were happening all along in the islands. And guess what? The ones that were dropped off in Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, the Gullah Geechees, those are the same Maroons. Those are the same family members that got dropped off. They were revolting too. You just didn't hear about it because it wasn't to that grand scale. But there was revolts all in up and down that the Eastern Corridor.
Correct.
So for the people to talk about, and guess what? We're in the same year, roughly, that these revolts started to take place. So you really itching for a revolt, you better sit back and watch. If you're not ready, sit down. Because you don't want that. You don't know what that's about. These people, it was all out warfare. Correct. You worried about TikToking them. Well, why doesn't Haiti do the same thing? Why didn't they revolt like they did back then? Shut up, foolish. Shut up. You're not going over there to help. So what are you talking about? You rather sit on TikTok and recite regurgitated information that you heard loosely from another TikToker. Go over there and see what that's going on. You're not ready for that. You're not about that life.
And that's the thing that pissed me off too. It's like historical events that we all should be learning about. They don't want us to know. Because I had to enlighten a Dominican like 2 weeks ago. I'm like, bro. Yeah, I'm like, bro, there's no disrespect, but I'm like, there is no you if Haiti didn't step in and help. He's like, what do you mean? I said, go on your phone.
Oh, because Dominicans are Haitians. Hello.
Yeah, I said, go on your phone, Google how many countries Haiti helped stop slavery. And when he looked it up, he said, he's like, I had no idea. I said, yeah, Colombia, Venezuela, they all added blue and red to their flag to pay homage to Haiti for helping them stop slavery. Brazil, they went into Brazil. It's like a lot of these countries, man, but people don't know this. And this man was older than me, and he didn't have no idea, or he could have just been ignorant.
Don't tell those Dominicans that they not African. Don't tell them that they are black. What?
Yeah. Oh, they don't want to hear that. Right.
And the Cubans are like that too. My mother said down in Florida, them Cubans, especially the white ones, you can't tell them that they don't have African.
That's sad. Yeah.
But some of them don't. Some of them don't.
Yeah.
Brother Panero's in the building. Salute.
Salute. Yo, salute. Sorry about the late one. I've been out all day. I just got back.
It's all good.
Yeah, I just come back at the right time. It started raining heavy outside.
Oh gosh,
All
so you
right.
can't. Well, you can't see the eclipse then, huh?
Oh, don't say that, man. Hey, what time have you got it, gang? At your side? 12,
Between,
innit?
yeah, I think it's, well, the peak is at 3:30. Like the total eclipse will be at around 3:30.
Yeah. So what, are you
Mhm.
gonna go and look at it then, or?
I'm gonna try to. We're gonna
Yeah,
try to
same
be
here.
out.
I'm gonna go outside right now and show y'all.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. But hey,
Yes.
big up Maybach. One, bro.
Salute, my
Come
brethren.
on, bro.
Salute,
Come on,
man.
come on. My
Salute.
family from the other side, you get me?
Yeah, hold on. Let me show y'all real quick. I'm gonna show y'all the skies out here. Y'all see
Yeah,
it?
what's going on?
Y'all see the sun?
I
Y'all
see a
see it?
little, like a little.
So what time is it now over there? What time is it now where you are, Maybach?
It's like, what time is it? Like 2 something?
2:30.
I can't tell.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hold
so
on.
what is coming? Oh, yeah. I get it.
Yeah. Can y'all
Because
see?
it's
Y'all
coming
see it?
from Mexico up, so it's coming from south to north.
Foxy,
Yeah.
you see it? Do you see the
I
sun?
see a little piece. Yeah, it looks like it's like kind of eclipsed a little bit, like off to the side.
Yeah,
Oh no,
I thought
or
so
am I
too.
tripping?
Nah, it is a little bit. It was beaming more than that. It is eclipsing a little bit.
Yeah.
But you see that plane? You see what the plane is doing, though, right? To the sky. Y'all
Oh
see that
yeah,
plane?
yeah. Of course.
Told
Back to
you.
what Maybach was
Yeah.
saying about, Maybach was talking about Nibiru.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on.
She
Go ahead,
wanted
go
you
ahead.
to pop up. Yeah, she wanted you to pop up and talk about that because I saw a video this morning where the guy was like, it's not going to be the moon that's going to block it. He said it's supposed to be Nibiru. So she wanted you to come up and elaborate on that because she was like, you got information on that.
Yeah, that's what a lot of the Nibiru followers and watchers, they do believe that.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on, brother. So mom just called in. She said, yup, Maybach, it is starting.
Yep.
So you're right. Yeah, she just called me right now. Okay,
we're supposed to get it from 2 to 4. It's supposed to be 2 to 4. Yeah.
2 to 4.
4 o'clock, I think.
Yeah,
go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Oh,
Yeah,
thanks. Shout out to mom.
I gotta see. Yeah, Maybach's on he showed us on his camera, so I could see a little bit of it. Mom's outside with her glasses, y'all.
Oh yeah.
Don't wear your glasses. Don't wear your glasses.
Correct. I was about to say that.
Stargaze. Don't wear your glasses. But she her eyes, she got older eyes.
No,
that reaction might be able to make her live a few more years, man. So
correct.
You never
I was
know.
about to say that. Yeah, that's gonna rejuvenate and power her up. She stargaze. They said we're supposed to stargaze. That's what the Egyptians and the Mayans, not the Egyptians, excuse me, the Mayans did. Yeah, they stargaze, which is good for us.
So you don't want to hear about this Nibiru thing or not?
Yeah. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Yes.
All right, so basically, a lot of the Nibiru followers, I don't know if you ever heard of Rap the News. Have you heard of Rap the News? He passed away a couple years ago.
No, I never heard of him. No.
Well, I got a lot of my information from him. He was like our uncle to man still, but he's from the States. But he also preached as well that cloaking that you see on the moon is actually Nibiru.
Okay.
That a lot of people do actually feel that, bro. And the reason why is the same thing that you were saying earlier on about the distance between spaces of planets.
Yeah.
I know. If you did break that down earlier, that it's too far away for it to be that. You understand what I'm saying? So,
Correct.
Also as well, I don't know what you lot are covered because obviously I come here late. I was listening for
you good.
maybe about half an hour before.
Nah, you good. I didn't really elaborate too much about it. I was just telling Foxy like if she heard anything about that. And that's when you tapped in when we was just when I mentioned it to her. Yeah. Because this guy was like, listen, don't believe that it's the moon. So let me ask you a question, right? Real quick. Is Nibiru supposed to be the other name of the blue Kachina, if I'm pronouncing it right? You ever heard anything about that?
Yeah, I have. Well, basically, you're right. It's funny that you mention this because a lot of people that follow Nibiru actually get it confused to what color it is. Correct. A lot of people actually think it's the red planet, but then there's people that believe it's the blue planet.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
So, and because we are from here, we haven't really obviously got the information completely to where we need it. Even though in the past we've heard about these things crossing over and creating devastation.
Correct. Correct. Yeah.
So what I was saying, the blue Kachina, that's actually one of the signs before it happens, bro.
Correct. There you go.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm happy you came up here to explain that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. If anyone wants to learn more about Nibiru, I've got over. That's actually one of my main subjects on my channel. Not lately, but if you go into the playlist, you will find Nibiru playlist with over 100 videos on Nibiru that I put together myself. So.
Okay.
Mm. And they get a lot of views on TikTok as well. A lot of people are into Nibiru, bro.
Correct. See, you know when I learned about it? You know when I learned about it? I learned about it through in 1994 reading a book called Right Knowledge by Dr. Malachi Z. York.
Oh yeah, Malachi York was one of the top guys to
expose it.
The top guys to talk about Nibiru and
correct.
Extraterrestrials as well.
There you go. See me, I know what he's, in the feds for. That I don't that's nothing that I don't want to be ignorant, but I'm not saying I don't know if it did happen, what it did. I don't care about that. It's the information that he was putting out in the 90s that we're talking about today. You see what I'm saying? So you know what I mean? That's why I said, I learned a lot of that through his book, The Right Knowledge. So
and that book there, not only is he talking about it, he's actually, got things to back it up from the history of, the paintings, the hieroglyphics in the in the pyramids and whatnot. And
correct. Yeah.
And these are things that we should all be taught at school, but they don't want to teach us the real history. So
there you go. Correct. That's a fact.
But Nibiru's also got other names. Planet X, they call it as well. They call it Wormwood.
Yep.
And also, some people believe, that it's a ship, where the Anunnaki are actually at.
I heard that too. Correct. I heard that too.
But the craziest thing about Nibiru, that it's supposed to be 30 times bigger than the Earth.
Yes, I definitely heard that as well too. Yeah, you got the knowledge on that. I'm gonna definitely have to check your old video. Yeah, everything you're saying, I can't say you're wrong or disagree with you. Yeah, all of that is the same thing that same thing you dropping.
You know what it is, Maybach? You got the right mind to research. So once you research it yourself, you can make, your own knowledge of it, your own, you know what I mean? So you know how it goes. Well, I'll send you the playlist anyway. I'll send you the playlist.
Yeah. Nah, man, I be loving your videos, man. I wish you could drop more, man. The same thing with Foxy. I'd be like, yo, I get it. Y'all are busy, life and stuff, but the videos, man, that you the last time you
I'm gonna be honest with you, it's a bit deeper than that, bro. It's a bit deeper than that, Maybach, still, because it's like dropping videos is cool. Yeah, and I understand what they're saying. I wish I could drop more videos, but sometimes you have to be in the mood to drop videos too. Like
that's a fact. Correct.
When you've been on YouTube for as long as I have and been through what I've been with YouTube, it's a bit different. Like no one ain't giving up. As you can see, I still drop videos. But
definitely.
That our channels are not really in the algorithm.
Correct.
Nope.
And it's not just me, and it's not just Foxy, it's not just Latoya, it's other people that I know too. That it's happening to more. And it's a good thing you brought this up. That it's happening to more people now that we're getting closer to certain events.
Correct.
Because they don't really want. They don't want certain people's opinion. Why did people start listening to Pinero's Man? They told me why. I connected them with the creator and they like the way that I think.
Yeah.
The way that I think is not in their favor. And it's really crazy how important that we have to look at ourselves and know that we are, because even if we don't make it, don't make it in the YouTube world, which we don't really care about. But we have to remember that. If we've got this, low subscriber count and we got small following, and they would do that to our channels. Imagine how powerful man really is.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. That is a fact. Because listen, bro, I just got my channel back, right? They removed.
Oh, you got your channel taken? You got taken?
Yeah, they
What?
I had listen, yeah, I uploaded a video of Alex Jones exposing stuff from 2002.
Yeah.
They removed it and took me off for a week and a half. Facts, for real.
Maybe.
Yeah.
You know what's funny about that? It's not funny, but you know what's funny about that? You know how many times I wanted to put up some of that old stuff that he's been talking about 20 years ago that's happening now?
Correct.
And I keep stopping myself from doing it because I know that he's got a lock on him. You know what I'm saying? So
remember, once upon a time on YouTube screens, you couldn't even say his full name. You had to say his initials.
No, you couldn't.
That's how powerful.
Yeah.
Correct. And you see what they did to him. You see what they did to him, right?
Right.
Yeah. So that's funny that you said.
Why didn't y'all tell me I was
on
the channel? I mean, I'm sure I thought I had the camera muted. I'm up there like.
Yeah, you was grubbing. You was grubbing.
Panero, shout out to Panero because he's looking like a 1990s R&B singer that's on retirement right now.
Yo, I'm glad that you said that. You know who he remind me of now that you say that? Because this is why I said, Panero, I be wanting, I get it, right? But why I be wanting the videos? Because when you told me how tall you were, I assumed it, and I was like, wow, I'm right. You said you was like something like, man, you know, when I put my hands on somebody, because how big I am, you know, people get mad at me, but they don't check the person who did something to me.
Story of my life, bro.
Yeah, and you made me. I'm like, yo, he's 6'8". I was like, yo, why does he? I'm not saying you look like what's that dude's name? All because this is how we do it. That's who I see when I see you. There you go, Montel Jordan.
Where was I at? I know that.
Montel Jordan. So when you said you were 6'8", yo, you was talking. No, but this is what I'm trying to tell you.
Panero's
no, I didn't say he looks like him. Yes, he is. He said it in the video.
Remember, I told you I'm 6'7.8", so you might as well just round it off to 6'8".
Exactly. He said round it off to the nearest 10th. Yo, I'm telling you, I watched that video. Remember you was driving?
Remember,
listen, he was driving. He's a star. He was driving. Right. Listen, you was driving.
Do you know what's
when
crazy?
You was driving, your homeboy seen you. Your homeboy seen you in the video. You said, yo, I'm gonna spin back around. And then you pulled over on the road. Yo, when I said I watched the video, you was dropping knowledge in that video, bro. You was dropping stuff that I could relate to. This is what I'm saying, because I was always like that too, right? People would trigger me. And when I react, everybody's like, yo, Maybach, why did you do this? But they don't check the person that made me react. So when you drop that video, it's something that I resonate with. You know, I ain't as tall as you. I ain't as tall as you, man. You know, you a basketball player, man.
No, it's crazy. Like, I tell people as well, it's a bit mad because it's like, not only am I tall, it's like my boys, my whole circle, like my brothers are all tall, all three of them.
Yeah.
They're all in their 60s, but not only are my boys, my circle around me is tall. So when we used to go clubbing and that, we look crazy in the club. You know what I'm saying? But most of my boys are either 6 foot and up, and if they ain't 6 foot and up, they're round and stocky from going gym or going gel. So it's you know, big guys, man, big guys.
Yo, you got giant blood in you?
Yeah, but you lot are used to that, man. You lot are in America. You see that like it's nothing over there, like, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, because hello, those little cottages over there in the UK. I'm like, how y'all fit in there? That shit is like for a little midget. Like, what is
hey, no one ain't living in no cottage, you know, Foxy, man.
I want to go visit one just because.
Yo, Panero.
Like a village. No, I won't lie to you. No, seriously, there's some. So I've been to America, innit? I've been to the Bronx, innit? Like, I've been to Brooklyn. You see the size of the roads, like you see, like the back roads in the Bronx, yeah.
Right.
That's like the size of our main roads.
You
I
don't,
swear,
and
I
then
swear
you
to
don't want to
you.
go to Miami because the main roads is the highway. Like that.
Is
That's how
there
they.
is there expressway? Yeah, correct.
What?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
is it?
If
6 lanes?
anyone over there crosses the road in America, they're gonna get run over. They're not gonna be able to judge it properly, man. It's too big.
Yeah. I was watching some show. And it was recent, and like the couple was living like, in the country somewhere, and I'm just like how do you like the doorway is like 5 feet, and the person was like 6 feet, and I'm like, I mean, granted, people back in those days were short, but I'm like, damn, like that's Hobbit size, like, and if King Henry was 6 feet, like, and he was stocky and shit, like, something's not adding up here. Something's just not making sense for me. But then again, they say King Henry was a swarthy man, so it would make sense that he would be tall, right? But anyway,
You know what it is though. I'll be honest with you, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like I always tell people, being tall is cool, but there are some days where you don't want to be seen,
Right.
Like if I go to a shopping center or something like that, I've got people's girls staring at me. You understand what I'm saying? So you have them days where it's like, I don't want no one staring at me today. You know what I mean? But at the same time, when I start reading about these aliens and these 12-foot aliens and all these other stuff, I say, yeah, at least I got a little bit of height on me. You know what I mean? Just in case I got to pick one of them.
That's they're the tall. Is it the Palladium or Anunnaki?
I thought it was
both of them. Both of them.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, the Anunnaki are like up to 14 foot or something?
Something like that. Well,
that's like twice my height, man.
I kind of like, I don't know. I'm not as tall as those, but I am slender, so I would fit in there. But, yeah, shout out to Kutameo. He's another brother that opened my eyes, and he got. I like that he came on Black Magic's channel, but I also watched him when he was on who's that guy's name from the Wu-Tang? Killer Bees or something like that. And they was trying to clown him.
Killer Priest?
Killer Priest. And they were trying to clown Kutameo because of his complexion. I think he's Colombian. But anyway, he's from he was born up in not born in Massachusetts, but he lived in Massachusetts for years. So he has a northern accent, but he's Hispanic. And he's a little bit darker than me. Like he looks like he could be Cuban, Puerto Rican. Like he's that typical, like almost typical, like northeast type Hispanic person, right? Anyway, he was breaking down like the Huguenots and talking about how some Black people are they're running with the narrative of all Africa, right? And so he's like breaking down with receipts, like, listen, you're not who you think you are. You're not who your ancestors. And they was clowning him. And, they try to make it like, oh, you a little white boy. You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing about Black people, da, 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 da. And he's never in his feelings.
Yeah.
He's back in his home in South America. But he opened my eyes and he helped me connect the dots with some of my European descendants. Because he was like, yo, you're who you think, if you think your descendants were white Europeans, he was like, they're not. So when I was telling my mom about the Huguenots, because I didn't know nothing about no Huguenots, so Kutameo was talking about it. And then it started making sense about who in the time frame of the so-called white Europeans that I think of my family, but in actuality, they might be swarthy, or some of them might be swarthy. And I'm like, interesting. And then so he just makes he just connects the dots for a lot of stuff for me. And it's never black and white. He's never like, white people this, Black people that. Like, you're not, even the white people are not really truly white people. Like, they're coming from, melanated people, but they'll have you think that they're superior and all this other stuff. So
Right.
yeah, shout out to Red Illusions in the building. Let's get it. Salute.
Yo, they showing I didn't mean to cut you off, right? Part of the show. Nah, they showing the eclipse in Arkansas right now. They got darkness right now in Arkansas.
What? Oh, because I told you it's coming from south up, so we're not going to get the darkness until another hour.
Correct. Another hour, I think, like 4. I think they said in mass we getting it like at 4. You know, y'all underneath us, so y'all gonna see it before we do.
Yeah, we'll see it before you. Schwarzenegger, right? I mean, you know, and so what happens is that we shoot the messenger and we don't listen to the message. So because Scudameo, you know, he's phenotype Hispanic Latin man, when he's telling you, and it happens to be a melanated dark-skinned man, it's like you don't want to hear that shit. Correct. And he's not coming with any, he's not doing it to be malice. He's not saying it because he thinks, you know, but they're like, he's like, listen, I grew up around so-called Black people in Massachusetts. That's what it is up there in Boston. Half Blacks, there's Puerto Ricans, there's the Irish, there's the Italians, there's Germans. It's all that. But when you start breaking down where they all came from, people going to get in their feelings. They're going to get hurt.
Correct.
J.A. Rogers, 100 Amazing Facts of the Negro. That's why I stopped really. Oh snap! It looks like it's getting darker. I kind of like swayed away from this whole race thing because I'm like, when you start to really know, and the slavery thing. Oh, nobody got it worse than the Black slaves. Let me tell y'all, there was Black slave owners whipping on these white people, whipping on them.
That's a fact.
But some of them got a little smart. Some of them started doing a little, you know, doing this kind of exchange. Oh shit, it is getting dark. Doing this exchange and stuff where they figured out, okay, we could play nice, and but they got the upper hand. But don't think that these so-called white people, they're just in position. But once you know who you are, none of that shit matters. None of that.
Correct. That's a fact.
It's getting dark, y'all. It's getting dark.
Knowledge of oneself.
Exactly. But anyway, I digress. I'm in Detroit. I see 100% for about 2 minutes. Yeah, it's getting dark around here.
Yeah, that's what they said. Like, depending where you at, like us, we're not gonna see it for that long. It's gonna be like a minute to 2, if that.
Yeah. No. There's gonna be 4 minutes. It's gonna be 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
4 minutes. Yeah, you remember that Ultra when I read the J.A. Rogers? I read that like last year, 2 years ago. I was like, what? I'll be damned. I did not know there was. I mean, it would be not stupid, but ignorant of me to not think that there weren't, like, we enslaved each other at once upon a time.
No, that's a fact.
To make the so-called Black slave or the transatlantic slave trade, to victimize it and to, I don't want to sound harsh because I know to some people, you know, it you know, the wounds are still there. But I mean, listen, my parents, my family, us in the Caribbean, they were slaves too. I just told y'all the Maroons got away. Like, some of us got away from that bullshit. What you talking about? Like, we was chopping heads and whatnot. Like, I'm not going to be a victim to that shit. I'm not going to let us hold the plantations down south and be like, that's not real. But I'm not going to patronize that either, because at the end of the day, I know that there was still some survivors and fighters. And though they are in position, it's weird because they're not going to show you who they are. They're not going to show you their hand. The white person, so-called white person, it might be all the opposite. Like, they might still be the puppets here. But I don't want to go into color, because when we go into color, it gets stupid. But it's like, when you know, like, everybody was enslaved. And all this stuff that's going on in Gaza and stuff, like, I can't talk about that either, because they're going to start with that shit. But it's all about power, money, control.
Correct.
They don't care about your complexion. If you're in a certain caste system, that's all that matters. If you can get out of that caste system and rise above that, then you the 1% that made it.
Right.
But to sit here and still, I mean, you know, some people are going to capitalize off of it. That's where the reparations and all this stuff. And I'm like, I can't get into those kind of arenas and conversations. I can't. Not when before there was this talk of reparations. You had the uprising in Haiti. You had the uprising in Jamaica. You had the uprising in South Carolina. Like, I'm like, it's almost victimizing it. It's almost like, you know, and it's a sensitive topic because some people, you know, they like, we want these reparations. But if you really want it, you're going to have to cause anarchy. You're going to have to uprise. Are you ready for that? You can't sit here and demand a so-called government to give you back what they took when it was already yours, but you didn't fight for it. And if you did fight for it, like you can't. Like it's gonna be a civil war. It has to be a civil war in order for reparations. People just not gonna hand you it because you said so, because this was yours. I don't know about that. And half of these people don't even know the laws. Like Brother Maybach was saying earlier, you got to know these constitutions. And each state has its own rules and regulations. So what may apply in South Carolina is not going to apply in Massachusetts. It's not going to apply in Detroit. It's all, they sawed it off all the lands and did whatever they wanted to do. By the time you even sit here and talk about reparations, you're going to have to show some receipts. Mm-hmm. And your ass may not be full-blooded here, as they say. You might be foreigner. You think they're going to give you reparations?
Correct.
When your family's somewhere, the Europeans?
That's why California, when they talked about it, they was talking about taking people's blood just to see if you.
Thank you, because that's the only way.
Correct.
I mean, I feel.
Correct. My thing is just like, yo, just give me the land, man. I don't care about no damn. I don't want the money. Give me the land, because that's you know, that's more than anything.
It's the resources. It's and you know, it is the land, but it's the resources. And then again, who deems you to this land? Like, I mean, technically, you and I, and even Brother Pinero, we don't really got no stake in the claim. Because technically, like, if you go back into our genealogy, everybody's from the islands. Yeah. And in Europe and shit. Like, we don't. But if you want to get into those laws and you want to get out of their construct.
Correct.
And become sovereign, that becomes a whole nother that becomes a whole nother conversation. Because see, people here are just kind of like stuck on we want what's ours back. We want our laws back. We want our land back. We want our resources back. Then you got to get tribal. You got to get nation, and you haven't removed yourself. It's like you can't be double dutching. It's either you're a nation, right? Or you part of this system. But if you want to fully come out of that, it's gonna be anarchy. It's gonna be massacre. Because there's just gonna be no other way. You can't be double dutching and saying I'm still on the land of the government that they cut up.
Correct.
That maybe some of your ancestors sold in the first place.
Yep.
Like, let's stop acting like these are victims here. Some of these people was out here bargaining and chipping your shit away, your generational wealth. Because some of them didn't know, some of them didn't care. Some of them thought they was gonna get the better opportunity. So we can't all clump all of us together and be like, oh, we won't fight for this reparations. And I'm like, no, I'm not. You are not me, and I am not you. Just because we share the same complexion or whatever, you are not me and I am not you. And that's where we have to know the difference.
Correct.
I mean, but yeah, each state exactly, Ultra. That's my point. And that's why certain states can get away with certain shit.
Correct.
Because it's its own country.
Yeah, that's a fact. I learned that too last year. I learned that every states in this corporation, it's like its own continent or country, like how you said.
It's its own entity. How does DC, Washington DC, operate and move as a separate entity, but it's on the corporation, it's on the land?
Correct.
So I don't know. It gets tricky when you start dissecting certain laws.
It's 3 o'clock.
And then it gets to the point where you're going to have to operate on your own because you're your own sovereign. You should be governing your own self, but you're moving in the corporation, and then you move accordingly to the corporation, or with the corporation rather. So it's not really so much you bowing down, but it's knowing how to get around and get in and out through the corporation while you're still sovereign yourself.
Oh shoot, I would start. Yeah, they said hours out here. Mass is at it's different times. They showing certain cities out here. They said Boston's gonna be like at 3:51 or 4 o'clock.
They told us 3:30.
3:30. Yeah,
it looks like there's a little peak going on. But I guess we'll my auntie's outside watching it with her little glasses on.
Yo, they showing all these people all around the world, like I told you, Arkansas earlier, because I got it on the news. I don't even watch the news, but I put it on just to see what time. Yeah, and they showing it already. Live view of the sun in Needham. Oh wow, yeah, it's crazy. Needham is not even too far away from me right now. Yeah, I'm about to go outside and record some of this. Give me some.
Yeah, let's see let's show us what's going on over there.
You want to see?
I can't see. I'm gonna have to go outside. I'll go out. Well, we could drop this down in like 10 minutes. Let's drop this down in 10 minutes, and then we can.
All right. You want me to show you the sky again?
Yeah, show us the sky, and then 10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes, and I'm gonna wrap this up. Because I was all talking about, I'm gonna be outside. And then my behind sits here, and then I'm talking to y'all, and I can't even get out there. Yeah. But yeah, man, just protect your neck. Be mindful. Protect your neck. Be mindful when you're out there. This isn't the time to do any. If you're going to do some rituals, I mean,
You see it?
It still looks the same though.
Yeah, I know. But 3:51, it's gonna look different. They said 3:51, 4 o'clock. It's gonna be different.
It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
But when your mom's was on here, that was burning my back. The rays was burning my back. Now it's like super cool now out here.
Oh, is
it? Temperature dropped. Yeah, the temperature dropped. They said we were supposed to reach like 66 out here in Boston today. They said.
I got 64, but this with the cloud coverage or whatever, it may give it a little. I mean, we still kind of like, even though technically it's spring, but
which is the
Mother
New
Nature
Year.
What she wants to do whenever she wants to do it. Wiley's in the building. Wiley, I saw you earlier.
Oh yeah, I meant to tell you too, Foxy. Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Thank you. Starseeds know what we're talking about.
And what a beautiful New Year. We get blasted with this celestial gift.
Correct. I'm gonna sun gaze, man. I'm gonna look at it. I ain't got no shades. I ain't gonna put no shades on.
I don't think it's strong enough. Like, I have a feeling like it's not. I think if it was like August and that shit happened, like it did 2017, our eyes would probably be cooking right now.
Nah, but like Panero was saying, a lot of the videos was saying for us melanated, to not wear nothing and stargaze. Stargazing. Sun gazing. I think it's called sun gazing. sun gazing. They said our ancestors, that's what they did. You know what
I mean, because think about it, they didn't have no glasses to prevent them from looking up. Like, come on.
Correct. But they said the sun rays,
your eyes get messed up from being on the computer. That's how your eyes get messed up.
There you go. The contrast from it. Or
oh
whatever.
my God.
Yeah.
Silliness.
Yeah. But that's how we power up, though. That's how we power up, is from the sun rays.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we're not supposed to throw no sunscreen on and none of that. We don't need that. We don't need none of that.
Nope. And as fair skinned as I am.
That's what you call it?
Yes. You know, that's how it used to. Those are the terms back in the day. She's fair skinned. There ain't nothing fair. Well, fair means beauty. But back in the days, that's how they would say fair skin.
In the South, you worse than Redbone. I mean, you not worse, but you know what I'm trying to say. What am I looking for? Yeah, you're pale. That's what I would say. You're super light.
Fair skin. Yeah, my mom's your complexion.
Huh? You said your
mom
mother?
is your complexion. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Caramel.
Yeah, caramel kisses. Yeah, man. It is right back in the 6th grade, right? See, I told you. Been straining. Hi, yellow. Hush your mouth, Ultra.
Yeah, he said hi, yellow. Nah,
I'm beyond high yellow.
You like the moon. You in the moon.
I remember when I was in Virginia, they used to call me baby piss. They were like, "You so light, you like baby piss." Like, damn.
Yo, only the South got these type of sayings. Baby piss.
And like, they were from Brooklyn. They were from Brooklyn at that. I was like, y'all shut up.
Yeah. Only in the South. They calling a big dude tiny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the shortest dude, yo, go see Big Joe. And you go see Big Joe. Big Joe's only like 4'10".
Big man. Big man.
Bubba. Yeah.
Bubba.
Go see Bubba. Yeah, go see my mechanic, Bubba. He'll fix your car.
Uh-huh. Shout out to the South. We love y'all.
You sounded like one of them real quick with the y'all. Y'all.
We love y'all. Mm-hmm. We love y'all. It's a little slow pace for me. I'm like, wait, gotta shake and move. But my mom did it. She did it late in life. My mom moved down there in 2016, I think. Was it?
Uh-huh.
But she loves every bit of Florida. I'm like,
I do too. I just don't like it during the summertime. It's the worst place. Like the heat. You know what I mean? The heat for me is just like,
that's
the air be stagnant. Yeah, the air be stagnant. You know what I mean? I like going during the winter time. The fall is the best time for me.
Right.
That's when I like going. Yeah, down there. You know?
Well,
the weather we got. Go ahead.
Coincidentally enough, I went down there for her 70th birthday last year. And her birthday's in September. And we were in a heat wave up here.
Yeah.
It was a breath of fresh air down there. Like, it wasn't like humid. I mean, the air was clear. It was sunny all week. I was like, thank you, God.
That's when you posted those pictures where you was, I think you was on the beach.
Yes.
Yeah. I was like, yo, you said I'm in the Sunshine State. I'm like, what? I'm thinking she's in NY.
No, I was in Florida.
But you had the biggest smile though on your face. You had like a big cheese on your face.
Yeah, I hadn't. I mean, my dad had just, well, not just, but you know, he had been gone for a couple of months, and it was her 70th birthday. So I was like, oh, you know, just happy. Yeah. I mean, I was happy to see her, be with my little sister, my nieces. But I can't take that heat. My best friend, one of my best friends, she's in Savannah, and she's like, listen, that humidity, she's like, it is nothing like New York humidity. She was like, she regrets it sometimes moving down there, but she's like,
Yeah, facts. The South is a whole different, it's its own
that's a
little
whole
thing.
other beast. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Especially when like if you're in Florida, but you're in the northern parts, like Jacksonville, stuff like that. it gets a little cold. But when you in
Yeah,
South
so
Florida,
that's what they were telling me.
South Florida is this. It's like the heat. It's like the sun just lays there. It stays there in South Florida.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So yeah, I lived
When I
all
was
around.
little, I always wanted to look at these little kids. Oh, I love it. I love to see these little kids. They're looking up at the sun. Like,
They're
I love
looking
it.
up.
And they're little melanated kids, you know. So I love it even more.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say?
You talking about the heat down there?
Yeah, the heat is crazy, and I can't stand heat. Oh, when I was little, I always wanted to move up to Vermont because of the snow, like either Vermont or Maine.
Yeah.
But it's not too many. As far as few folks, you know, show us like I don't know. Do I want to?
No, that is a place that is. There's not too many. So if you bump into your kind, it's like a Kodak moment. You're like,
right,
you know what I mean? Yeah, like my homeboy. I got my homeboy's brother. He married into like a family with you know some bread. And long story short, he was like, "Yo, let me take y'all out on the land, right?" So I'm walking. He's like, "Mel, I'm on the ATV. What are you gonna do? You gonna walk?" I'm thinking, you know, I'm not really thinking like they got land, like, you know, it's foresty, whatever. He's like, "Nah, you gotta get on the other ATV." Man, listen, thank goodness he told me, because man, it was like, no lie, I probably would have walked for like 25 minutes. That's how far their land goes into the woods. Yeah, man. He had to bring a shotgun too. He's like, "Yeah, we might bump into a bear and all this other stuff." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, grab the bear repellent." I'm like, "Hold on, man. I'm a city boy." Yeah, he was like, "Yeah, well, I'm trying to prepare you, city slicker. So get ready." He was like, "Yo," I was like, "Wow." Yeah, he was like, "That's why we got to get on the ATVs. Ain't no walking back here," because he's like, "Hey, them bears be running 40 miles per hour, man. They will get you." I was like, "Bro,
okay, I'm good. I'm good with the animals here in New York."
Yeah, I'm okay with my raccoons, my skunks. See where I live at, we get a little,
and the two-legged ones.
yeah, we get deers where I'm at. We get deers, and you get a little fox where I'm at. That's probably the worst of the worst. But we ain't getting no deers and none of that. Because put like this, put like this, I live near a reservation, so you know it's super woody, foresty.
Yeah, well, you're prone to get some little some wildlife.
Correct. That's why I said the worst of the worst is a fox or whatever, but a coyote. You know what I mean? That's the worst of the worst. Yeah. Other than that, you're just gonna see deers. Like I said, the little what you call it, the night rodents, which is the skunks.
Yeah, the possums.
Possum. What else? Oh, one time a possum family tried to roll up on me. Like, yeah. I'm like, yo, it was the mama, it was the father, and the children's the siblings. Yeah, like telling me basically, you in our neighborhood instead of me. You know what I mean?
What you doing?
You know how it is. You know how it is. They knocking down trees, and we don't overstand because I came from the city.
That's their house.
Yeah, that's their land. This is their stuff. You know what I mean? Their neighborhood. Yeah. They rolled up on me like, I'm like, what? Teeth all out and everything hissing at me. Yeah, man, it's crazy.
Jeez.
Crazy.
All right, y'all. So I'm gonna go so I don't miss this phenomenal moment. And I appreciate Brother Maybach for coming through, Brother Pinero, who was up on the panel, most definitely my master teacher, my mother, everybody that came through the chat, everybody that's going to catch the replay later. Again, protect your neck, protect your eyes if you scared. But enjoy this day, and I will catch y'all all on the flip side.
Peace.